I didn't realize I was muted. Hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, cauliflower. Wow, look at that fish. Is that? That's not. Is it? Wait, is that? Wait, what do you call it again? Quagmire? Is that Quagmire? It looks like Quagmire, especially the new one. The Pokemon Scarlet one. It's so adorable. I was doing good. I drank a bunch of coffee this morning, trying to wake up. Wondering where the voice was. I forgot to unmute myself because apparently there's like a mute button for this mic right here. I could just press it and then it would just mute itself. I've been utilizing that button a lot lately. It's like
I don't understand. Where's
oh.
the
that redeem. Oh, that's such a good idea. I really just keep forgetting about it. Thanks, Pinky. Hi, Blab. Well, welcome. I'm all over the place. I was reading something, reading some Discord chat this morning. It's like, it's just some personal thing, I guess. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about how to at least improve a little bit in terms of my own mental shit, right? I know I've been talking about this for a while, for a long time. So still figuring out a way to sort of fix it, I guess. I mean, this cannot continue, right? I don't think this can continue. No improving, we need chaos. In a way, true. to some extent, yeah, we need chaos. Well, I say to some extent. Yeah, difficult but important to tackle. That's the thing. Very hard. You know, sometimes my camera just does the weirdest thing ever. They always revert themselves into like the default settings, which is so weird. I don't want it. This should work. If the alternative is being trapped in some weird routine with no freedom, may prefer chaos. Yeah. hard agree. Also, it was raining this morning. Well, it was raining a few minutes ago and now it stopped. It only rained for like a few minutes. Huge rain too. It's not just like drippy drips. It rained to a point where I cannot hear anything. That's how harsh it was. It's cool though. It doesn't make it any. It doesn't drop the temperature. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm still sweating. I'm still a sweaty bold. Gosh. Gosh, it's so hard. Okay, so today I upped the settings a little bit on VC Face. And by a little bit, I mean a little bit lah. So all the settings retain. Hi Rogue. All the settings retain other than the FPS. I upped from 8 to 14. Huh? You missed? Oh. Oh. You know. Moisturize? I will. Hi Fang. Where's my... There it is. Oh god, I forgot to refill. Oh! Timing, that's all I must say. Oh yeah, today is gonna be a little bit of a short stream as well. Just a little bit, because I have my friend's inviting me over for dinner. So it's like, yeah, why not? No, last night I was playing Monsanto Rice and then he's just like, hey, dinner more. Tomorrow eat more dinner. I can around 7 p.m. I said yeah. So yeah, something like that. So I might have to like end a little bit earlier. A little bit earlier than usual. That does mean that I cannot play too much of DRG. That's kind of sad. It's okay. I'm gonna open it up right now because shit, I want to play this game. Two. Okay. Don't want to miss that dinner date. I don't think that's dating. Like, by all means, I don't think that's dating. It's just friends going out for dinner. I don't think I'm ready for I'm ready to find. Question mark is refunded. Question mark is refunded. Yeah, I don't think I'm ready for. I don't think I'm ready to find another find a significant other. Also, I cannot be. I cannot be gay because I would die. Oh, my family doesn't like. My family doesn't like that. Especially my dad. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's stupid, but at the same time, nah, it's just sad. More noises. I mean, I got, I got warning, I got warning signs from my dad. And I was just jokingly saying something like, "Oh, what if I'm gay?" Hee hee. And then my dad is like, "I will fucking shoot you in the face if you're gay." It's like, "Oh, okay, all right, sure." Well, that joke is out of the way forever in the family, at least. Like no more. I don't want to get shot in the face. I still want to go to a bunch of furry conventions and have fun in games.
Sheesh, I stink. All right, next spring we find, I'm diving in. Wait, does Hoxie's even have springs?
I want to play engineer still.
I'm the best with hitting a machine recklessly with a hammer.
Hi, Cheesecake. Under arrest for being too much of a good bean. You yourself should be getting under arrested as well. Nuh-uh. You're also a very good bean. You're under arrest as well. Oh, isn't it Cheesecake Durgan? How you doing, Cheesecake? Welcome, Muru. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. I can finally be a kobold. And I can accumulate shinies. Hasn't a secret string in the meantime? Yeah, I know, right? Very...
That's pretty.
Very secret stream. None.
Oh yeah, say my name! Okay, this isn't happening.
Where's the secret stream, Cheesecake? Where the secret stream? Also, what is this? Oh god. Doing good. Went to the forest to collect some herbs and make yummy pesto. Ooh. I don't know what pesto is, but going to the forest, I might shit my pants because I'm terrified of bugs. Albeit I have a forest guardian character. That's a lie. I am absolutely terrified of bugs. But hey, that you had. Hope you had fun there. Going to the forest though. I mean, to be fair, it's very green around my part. Yeah, it's very green around here. And like you could find, well, not the forest, but you can find places that is like a lot of trees in one big place, but it's not forest level kind of big. It's quite green here. I'm just afraid of bugs. Whenever there's like a bug in my room, I I squeal. It's so scary.
That sucks. And yet I'm gonna move to it anyway.
What do I want to drink? Glyphid Slammer? I mean, this one is just like drink for funsies.
Hey Lloyd, how about some Glyphid Slammers? And don't worry, I won't feed it to Steve this time. We're golden scales, swaying our tails.
Funny you should say that. I watched a streamer play a game as a Kobold. It's an odd game though. I'm not sure if you want to play an odd game? What do you mean by odd game? But get to play as a Kobold? Woof. Is it coin purse Kobold? Is it coin purse Kobold? I mean, I played Kobold Siege and it's fucking amazing.
Man, how often do kobolds need to dance? I swear half our security footage is just you guys wasting time.
Sound like a broken repeat. Why is gay such a big deal? I don't know too. It's just maybe they are like very traditional thinking. Mostly for the older generations, my father said the same thing. Yeah. The old, sorry about the screen flashes. And the older generations tend to do that a lot, don't they? They really they really don't like new thinkings, question mark. Today's Kobold 100%, the percent is already near 100%. Well, Droxen needs a major downside to be considered not a must play. True. Stinky brews. I don't really have contact with any family member anymore anyway, so I don't care about wasn't for that reason. Fair, fair. But since I'm the only male in the family, maybe that's why they really want me to have like a significant other, which is a female, so that they can so that I can continue this this legacy, you know, the family legacy thing. I don't know. I just don't want to find any significant other. Why not both? Swing both ways, huh? I get that. I can read tonight. That warms my heart. Force Legacy is also a bit in my opinion. Yeah, all the ways. There's nothing wrong with loving who you want to love. Love is... I don't get why they don't get it. You can love whoever you want, it's totally fine. Collect eggs, alright. Hazard 4? Hazard 4 it is, let's go. I'm an engineer, this should do. All the ways. That's just having children because, yeah, just having children because we need to like continue down the family legacy thing. I mean, I guess I can see why that's so important for my dad, but at the same time, no. What is this box of shape? If only I have leap motion, I'll throw this one. Since I'm the only male in the family, so yeah. Enough people in the world? True. Right? True. Very, very true. I stand by that a lot. I stand by that. Fuck yeah. Enough people in the world, not enough dragons. Right? Wink wonk, wink wonk. Come on, Santis. Come on, biology scientists, do it. Biology scientists, I'm counting on you. I need it. Give it to me. Oh, I didn't mean to.
Oh, for sakes. Do you double-jointed dragon simping even know how much work this is gonna be to clean up?
Am I getting called out by Tweak? Fucking what do you mean dragon simping, huh? You little shit. You don't know anything, Tweak. Don't call me out. Dragon's probably doable, could be half chicken. You mean cockatrice? Chicken with scales and a long tongue. Yeah, that's just cockatrice. But I want pure reptilian dragon without poultry. Chicken?
Snake eyes!
Oh, it's raining again. Oh shit, that's a huge rain. Don't know if you guys can hear that. Probably not. Hopefully not. It's an easy question on whether me will be a good parent. Answers no, so no child. But then don't solve the family demanding it. We hear rain not good, thank you. That's great.
Gold for the bold! That's how it goes! They shall tell tales of the golden scales!
Knock, knock, Hoxus!
On my tail, Bosco.
Egg collection time, team. Alien eggs. The company wants them for some reason. Oh, why do they want...
Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Oh shit, that's why? Oh, I shouldn't have looked.
Oh shit, that's why?
Sentry up! Let it rip!
Oh yeah, I have soldiers on. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the gun back to shotgun. Bismuth? Ooh. I keep hearing soldier noises, I'm scared. If you hear rain, it will be as audible as Shadow saying power in Sonic 2. How loud is that? How loud is Shadow saying power in Sonic Adventures 2? I never played Sonic Adventures 2 in my entire life. I should get cancelled for that. People seems to think highly of the game. I only know the music. Rolling around with the speed of sound. Where's Molly?
Move your butt over here and hurry, please!
Molly! Kenneth says it. This is the ultimate power. It's so crazy that people thought the sentence got cut off. Oh my god. I love that. Cheese.
Platform!
Oh, I missed your cheese. Oh god. Cheese. It's just a bunch of soldier noises. I'm scared. This is Hazard 4, by the way. Fuck. Cheese. Cheese.
Platform up!
Cheese. This place is abundant with gold, it feels like. I mean, as a kobold, I'm very fucking happy about it. Got a nut. Holomite? Holomite is like the best one. It's a weird nitro placement. And some Holomite as well? Wow. Whoa. The thunder. Help. Uh-oh.
Natural selection, Sled!
Shit. Nice. Cheese. They say this quest is only like, the length of this quest is only 1 star. I doubt it. But we'll see. You call that a weapon?
Did any of you hear about that rumor of that one dwarf that accidentally said golden scales instead of rock and stone?
Do you call that a weapon?
Reloading!
It has been raining quite a lot these days. I'm glad.
Feeling much better now.
I mean, the temperature has been really hot these days. And I'm glad it's like rain. The rain is here to help. Or else I'll melt. That rhymes. I'm so good. Need to prep the ice cubes? I mean, even the ice cubes just melts. Like, so fast. It's like how to melt an ice cube speedrun. Just go to Malaysia. Or go to any Southeast Asia places ever. For them drinks. Yeah, it's sad. Like, I love cold drinks. But, shit. Like I could go and I could go to T4, T-Box or T-Life, just order like a sparkling drink. Whoa.
Do you call that?
Oh, no! What do I do? Oh, I know! Keep shooting!
Oh fuck.
Sister.
I'm in pain.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
What was I saying again?
Platform created.
Oh yeah, went to T-Life and shit. Like the drink is dead cold. Like the drink is cold as fuck. And then after a while the drink is just like become warm because of how hot the sun is and how insane the sun is around this part. It's sad, really. Freedom! Oh god, where's the McTerrace? What the fuck? Getting cornered.
The jaws of the trap have dropped. A part of my soul leaves me whenever I kill these things.
Well, there was something else. There was only a bit of no-no for dry heat, humid heat. Yeah, cold is good. Yeah, cold is good. Can I get that nitra, please? Like... Oh my god, soldiers, stop.
Wrong Kobold.
Cheats.
Platform.
Is there not enough space for the cheats? Fuck. No!
Platform out.
Oh, is it too... Oh god. Okay. Ah, crap. Let me just get some space real quick. Get up. I just really need nitro, alright?
Die, worthless crystal.
That reminds me I should go to the store now. Need the cherry coke for my grappa. Don't know what the grappa is, but hey. Have fun getting cherry coke.
Yeah, there's the adrenaline. Sentry gun plates.
Grappa
ready
is
to be
made
built.
from great rests. Oh, is it like those
All
vines
set.
on the
Let
grapes?
automated shooting begin.
I didn't think
Platform set and ready to use.
the grape can be used that way.
Reloading.
A lithophage meteor has fragmented on entry.
God damn it.
Bits are landing near you. Look out.
Really?
Access provided. No No need to thank me.
Oh, fuck. Hide. I cannot hide. I don't care. Just... I might... Oh, I survived. Let's go. Oh, did I survive? I don't know. Oh, fuck.
Even without my dark vision, you're too easy. Reloading!
Life's good. Life's good. What the fuck is going on? There we go. Hey, Molly. Skin stems and seeds. Oh, that. Huh. Kind of cool.
Down you go!
Sorry, loot bug.
That hit the spot.
I just kind of need the nitro.
I'm sorry, but there's only room for one cute thing here. And it's me. It's me.
It's me. Feel bad. I have to kill the loot bugs like this for nitro.
Look, the position of cuteness has already been taken.
Okay, X here, right? I haven't got this one. Okay, that's one resupply. Wonder if anything's up there. Probably not. I'm just gonna get the egg. Here, 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 here. Oh. Oh, it's here. Okay. Ugh.
Egg.
Time to get to work, Mom.
Egg.
The swarm's
I'm sorry. I did not expect that. I forgot I have the mod on. Oh, fuck. Oh, breathe. I'm tearing up. Fuck's sake. Oh, fuck.
You're here. Well, it was nice knowing you, you adorable.
Egg. Gonna need some help here.
Reloading!
All good, all good. We got Sonic.
I told you I'm the king of pinball! Reloading!
Egg. Newsflash, I'm the cutest. Oh, you cannot say that to a kobold.
I'm gonna tear through each and every single one of you!
Gosh, think of the kobolds.
Reloading!
Man, I don't know which teams I'm enjoying more. The powerful dwarves or the maniacal kobolds.
Oh, I'm already out of ammo for submachine guns, really? That's a little bit fast. Okay.
Oh yeah!
Guess I won't be using that anytime soon, huh?
Reloading!
What the fuck? Oh, Steve. No, Steve! No, Steve! Oh, Steve! No, Steve!
Never felt better.
All good, all good.
I love and hate you, Molly. I love you when you're there. I hate you when you get in the way.
Egg. Oh, what is this for again? The generator, right? I already see. Oh, okay. That's easy. Okay, good. I got free items. Lucky. Wow. Hello, why? What's the thing shiny? Oh wait, I'm engineer. I have platform. I have cheese. I have cheese. Cheese.
Platform up.
Cheese.
Cheese.
There's a red shining there. You see that?
Jeez.
Platform created.
Please don't.
Love the smell of gunpowder.
What is this? Oh, it's a lithophage. Oh, the meteor. Oh god, I don't like that. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is there, Praetorian here? Thanks.
The bigger they are, the more holes you can pierce right through them.
Okay, chill. Everything's good. So the fragments are everywhere, but I just don't know where they are. Let's get a stand. It's okay. You know what? There's a lot of things to do here. Let's focus on one thing, and that is the generator. The battery package is what I mean. Where was it again? I don't remember. Oh wait, there it is. Is my sentry always there? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. Like my sense of direction is all jumbled out together. How did I get here? Oh my god.
Objective has been achieved. Credits will be transferred to your account upon completion. You get a bonus? Wait, Gary, do I get a bonus? What the do you mean I don't get a bonus?
That's right, Tweak. That's right. You don't get a bonus. Only the Kobold does. Steak nearby here? Sentry's always there for me? True. That's why I love engineer.
Egg.
Egg. Egg.
You know, if you were to tell me that my next job was gonna be
Fuck.
supply at the same time, I'd say you would.
Sending in the supplies. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have touched that. And that team's
You
dead.
know better than me.
Oh.
You'll get your supplies soon.
Get me up, Bosco! You're always there when I need you, Bosco. Our present's here. Everybody go get what you need. Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed. Okay, taking ammunition. Yeah.
Where's sentries ready to... What? Where did I put my sentry? Oh, there it is. Is this gonna help? Probably
And
not.
behold, machine of all right, death. Loading back up. Never felt better. Reloading.
God, the submachine gun just... The ammo just tears through too quickly. Let me put it in here.
Sentry placed and ready to be set up.
The sentry is Hawkeye built, and like Hawkeye...
And just like that, shooting gallery ready.
Okay, I got 2 eggs. God, where am I trying to go again? Oh, my sense of direction. Oh, fuck.
Egg A Earth A Teller Uivicha Wavo Irdan.
They really hurt.
Yeah, bring the noise.
Really? There we go.
Aha! I squashed a big one. Reloading.
Okay, generator. Alright, don't panic.
Don't
Just-
know about you guys, but I'm crossing my fingers for a mineral shower at some point. I need it. And the showers back up at the space rig? Yeah, they suck.
Jeez.
Platform.
Hey, fuck. It's there? Okay. Why is it floating? Why is it floating? Ay, the... I'm scared. I'm absolutely terrified of the thunder. I should call my sentry here.
Oh yeah. Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed. Ow! My finger! That hurt. Sentry up!
Ooh. Huge thunder coming. Bug. Can I still stream when the thunder's going on like this? I mean, I'm thinking too much. It's no problem, I would say, right? Right? Should be fine, should be fine. Fight the thunder? God. I'm no Zeus, but the thunder? I mean, I guess a Kobold could do that. Not survive, I guess. You just need to get that.
Platform set and ready to use.
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Cheese. If you have a backup battery, it should be alright to plug everything into that. Well, I don't think I have a backup battery here. Give. Wow. What did I get? I didn't say. Oh, confetti cannon? New victory move? Oh my god, yes. Need to find Molly.
Molly, here, now.
Come here, Molly. It's a cool thing to have. Keep devices from suddenly shutting off. Sounds good, definitely. Mmm. Don't leave people lost for the stream. Some are just there so you have enough time to shut everything down. Yeah, those are like the backup battery. Oh boy.
I live for this!
Don't wait for this to go down.
Cheese.
Platform out.
You guys hear the thunders, right?
What did I eat?
Is there 2 eggs here? No, only 1, okay. It's somewhere up here.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Egg.
Cheese. Egg. My humor is degrading so hard. Cheese, egg. It's enough to make me laugh.
Oh, come on!
Where's my sentry?
Reloading!
Cheese.
Platform placed.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Platform.
Cheese.
Oh, it's been a while. Egg, cheese, fart, yip. Gosh, maybe I am a kobold, even in real life.
Cheese.
Platform placed.
Okay, that's 2. I can do resupplies. Egg up here. I haven't got this one yet. How would someone that is not a driller and or a engineer do this?
Platform up.
Cheese.
Like, what if I'm a gunner? Like, how can I even get up here? Get the egg, you know? I mean, I could just dig, like,
Egg.
through the dust, but a lot slow. a lot slower is what it is.
All eggs collected, team. Oh, I still wish I hadn't looked up what they're used for.
That one's for Quartomax.
Oh, fuck, slasher. Slasher, slasher.
Resupply on its way.
I haven't done the little face thing, right?
Shiny supply pod.
Yeah, extra shiny? Oh my god, Tweak. Tweak is now spoiling me? Oh my god!
All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar. Ammo taken. Just what I needed.
Scary. I should try and find the meteors. Or should I? I don't know.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Propel with gunfire?
Just what I needed.
Oh, if this game has that, it's kind of cool.
Resupply on its way.
Sending in a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself.
God damn it. Can I just get extra shiny? Huh?
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
Whoa! Oh. Misty's movement means it's killable. Wait, you saw that? Damn, I didn't even see anything. I was trying to make a hole. Oh, my shredder's doing something. Ah, there it is.
My feet! My foot!
Fuck!
Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Nothing? Oh god.
Turret armed. Hey, Bosco, what's that? Hi, Bosco. You always make sure I'm never truly alone, Bosco.
Oh, nice.
Ugh, what did I eat?
I would dug through this dirt? I guess that's all the... yeah, that's all the meteors. So only one play card out of that? I'll take it. Oh wait, I took that one. Wait, I didn't. Wait, I did. Did I? I did? Yeah, I did. That thing's gone. Weird. Oh, that's a oh! Oh, so it's just like a little loop, okay.
Loading up for more destruction.
Shredder Swarm! So I guess it's everything. It is truly a one-star mission. Took like, what, 30 minutes only? Wow. Dude, 30 minutes for me is pretty fast. Let's go.
Drop pod inbound. Stand clear.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Platform
Oh.
set and ready to use.
Why would you... No. Dang.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in 5 minutes. There's no way you don't make it in that.
Molly, goddammit, how do you even... What the fuck, Molly?
This is fun.
Uh-oh, my mouse died. My goddamn mouse died. A mouse, I just charged you, stupid! Alright, give me a second. Need to get the wire. I was like, why do I keep mining that same spot? I'm just trying to revive it. I think the cable is... yeah, good thing the cable is just here. Oh, why is it all oily? What the f... What is this? Oh, wait, oh no. I'll have to fix it afterwards. No. My place is a mess. Fuck. Ah, God, what is this? Alright, give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Let me try to clean this up. My minty spray somehow got down. You know, because I love mint. Mint is great. Oh, would this USB be still usable? Oh shit. I mean, to be fair, it got minted. Like mint, you know, mint. What do you guys think of mint? Because I personally love mint a lot. Love the smell, love the taste, love the freshness of it. Yeah, mint. Yeah, hopefully it's okay. That's a funny way to say best taste in the universe. Well, I didn't really say best taste in the universe. But it's great. But then it's like minty drinks is a little bit weird to me. Like mint on its own, or like as products. Help! I didn't do it. Please stop. Thanks. Alright, just plugged and then my mouse just go batshit insane. Alright, mouse is back. I should really just let me spray my. Let me just clean some real quick. Good thing I have my spray here. But always prepared. Minted tea? Oh, minted ice cream is great. You know, like minted lemonade. That's not bad. Yeah, minted lemonade has like it makes fresh more fresh. You know what I mean? Makes fresh more fresh. Sorry guys, give me a moment. I'm just trying to clean up the table here a little bit. My table got minted. Fancy near, hi. I see in here that someone has a good taste in DRG mods. You know, no. I'm not gonna eat my table. Oh, welcome-a-roo. Okay, I think that's good enough for. Yeah, it's just a temporary solution. I hope you're using my slap mod too, or I will cry. No, please don't cry. I don't think I have any slap mod. But I want the slap mod. No, please don't cry. I don't know anything about slap mod. I don't have TF2 mods though. Oh yeah, Molly. Where's Molly? Oh god. Uh-oh. Oh no. Do not panic. Where's the drop pod? Oh, there's the drop pod. Cheese. Alright, we got cheese. Don't worry about it. Cheese. Hey, no mama.
Drop pod burning in 4 minutes. Hey, why can't we just launch it now? What do you mean we have to wait for them?
Mission shattered!
Retrieving the escape pod.
Oh, the Team Fortress 2 mods are yours too? They're so well made. How do you even get those voice lines? I can hear soldiers saying rock and stone as well. So good. Oh, I hope you don't mind I hope you don't mind, but I do kind of want to know what the slap mod is. That's a short and sweet one. Replace your power take for Rebecca. I need it. Oh, I do have the bonk though. Nah, it's okay. I can just uninstall the bonk for a moment. All good.
You're almost there. When you finish, we can go gnome hunting. Oh, don't worry.
Thanks, Tweak. Works alongside it. But then again, it's kind of hard to imagine a bonk with hand. I'm all about immersion. Immersion. Do I just search for backhand slap? Backhand slap. Your profile? Uh-oh. How do I find your profile? Do I type your name in it? Fancy new? Sorry, I'm not really well versed in this. Oh, if I search for like soldier. There. Over here should have your name in it? This one. Nice profile picture, by the way. Beautiful. Backhand slap. Backhand slap. Yes. Yes. Okay, I got the Team Fortress 2. I'm kind of sad that they, I'm a little bit sad that the TF2 heavy nom noises is not working for whatever reason. But let me just disable this for now. I had it, but now I could try again. Yeah, this one. Let's try again. Stable, bonk, enable sound, install, yes. I don't need to restart the game, right? Oh, I want to back and slap those spooters. Oh, I do hope lag is not here though. Hmm. God, I like this blink blink though.
Yeah, now that's looking sweet.
Shiny. Usually if animation you should restart, but usually it won't kill your game outright if you don't. Ah. Well, it doesn't hurt to restart for a little bit. Let's do it. Just to be safe, of course. God, the thunder. It's been happening for so long. Oh. I just hope my electricity is like fine. Yeah, more mod. And never enough mods, to be honest. Playing this is making me want to play back Risk of Rain 2. Kinda. I miss playing Risk of Rain 2.
Is this what they call a hangover? Oh, why do they drink this stuff? Ooh, damn, I'm good at this.
Low gravity? Do I jump really high? Low over gravity mission area? Oh. Oh, that's nice. Okay. I guess you do a hazard 4. Yeah.
I hope you all know that all the shinies you collect down there are property of DRG. Like, you do realize that, right? And you're still in a rush? Okay.
Walk faster while carrying heavy loads. Statement that is this even good? I want it.
Nothing puts a pep into my step more than the backbreaker stout. Gimme, gimme, gimme. That's pretty.
Oh, that's a nice mug design. Should logically be likely would be a tree squashing power line.
Kobold to bust out the moves.
Best music? Wonders how many runs it'll take for you to speed in the game again. Tons of speed buffs. Yeah. Just get red whips, pulse leg, goat hooves. Oh, and energy drinks as
Yeah, I
well.
felt better.
I kind of want to just disable the streamer mode, but I don't want to risk it. Okay, let's get the barrels in. I need my barrel friend. Oh, please don't resist. Oh, that's perfect. That's not perfect.
explosives.
Bear is nice. Going in.
I roll to seduce the dragon.
Seduce the dragon? Oh god. Oh god. I mean, it's just Morkai. This one shouldn't be too hard. I hope anyway.
Seduce dragon. Now, give us your best seduce noise.
How do I do seduce noise? It's like, hey, dragon, I can give you the best bite.
Yeah! Let's show DRG how the kobolds do it!
Your face and whisper.
Yeah, I know. Slap the dice for good luck. I remember the tradition. I haven't forgotten.
Oh yeah, low gravity. Oh god. I can give you the best bites
Alright, sentry placed and
a
ready to be
kobold
set up.
could do.
Sentry up!
This is a basic mining mission. All you have to do is get more kite, put it in the mule, and we'll send in a drop pod.
Oh yeah, back and slap the gold. Oh, it's so simple yet it's so effective. It's probably gonna take a while for me to get used to this low gravity.
Cheese.
Platform up!
Cheese.
Jeez. Bosco, please. That early? Actually longer than that if you let it play fully. Holding the main button down and it will play the whole power attack animation. Oh, I have to hold it, sorry. Yeah, let me try it. Slap the snow. Ah! I see. Yeah, must have been painful, huh? God, that's great. It hurts, owie. Owie. I mean, imagine getting slapped by a kobold, though. That's funny and sad. Kinda. Oh, up. Jeez.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Yeah, snow hurts. Rock? Oh. Oh god. Avert your eyes, please.
Loot bug popped.
Oh. That hurts, man. That hurts. Slap them too. At least slap doesn't. You know,
Move your butt over here and hurry, please.
I should probably slap them. Feels less painful.
Yeah, golden nitra. But at what cost?
Just slap the bug. Why is there more kite here?
I hear management's been trying to get a shipment of knee pads in. Fancy that.
I guess it's Nothing else around here, huh? Alright. Oh, whoa, whoa. Get slapped. Yikes. This is really bad. Oh, it works, it works.
Armed.
Oh, I don't like that. What the fuck? What the fuck is that sound? Always. Ah, it's higher pitch. All right. No, get slapped. God, I can't. God, so the mods in this game is really fucking good. Oh, okay.
Guess you woke up a swarm of, well, swarmers. They're heading your way.
All good, all good.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
This time I'm ready.
Armed and ready.
Eyes up. The swarmers are incoming. Shouldn't it be eyes down? Those things are pretty small.
Reloading. That's all? You're ridiculous.
I think swarmers are fine.
The wave is almost over. Wipe out what's left.
Oh, one shot doesn't kill. Ooh, that's kind of scary.
Platform. Just when I thought things were getting boring.
I really need to get back my shotgun.
I think we're kicking tail here.
My sentry is still doing something. Oh boy. Eeyore.
Sentry placed. Time to set it up. Sentry armed. Reloading.
Oh yeah, gravity. Oh god, what the fuck?
You're not munching on this tail.
Just a little bit more. I need that. Hey. Right, all good. Oh, nice.
If you bugs can't kill kobolds, then, well, might as well throw in the towel! You're done! Reloading!
I thought I saw more kite around.
Cheese.
Platform out!
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Yeah, I cannot imagine playing other classes during solo. Like, what would you do without? What would you do without platforms?
Reloading!
Question mark, hours remain. Oh yeah. I guess I have to stop at around 6,
Clear the
huh?
spawns. Let's find and destroy the brute nexus hatching them.
What? There's a brute nexus nearby?
Shred and destroy.
Oh, just face it already! You can't scare a kobold, well, you're just not scary at all!
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Nexus. Nexus. Oh, there it is. Hey, that's the platform gun.
created. Die! Oh, yeah!
No, no gravity. Solo gunner is a bit of a slog, but that's why you have Bosco to do some... Oh yeah, Bosco can mine! Yeah, I need to remember that Bosco can mine as well.
Boy, you've got a bottomless gut, Molly.
Oh, those double-jointed legs are good for running, because there's a swarm incoming.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
What? Now? Really?
Reloading!
Okay, bullets still good.
The swarm's here. Time to meet Kobold.
Kobold!
One down, two down, come on, I can do this!
No. All the heavy noise. Oh! Steve.
You wouldn't hurt someone with these eyes.
It's so loud.
Reloading!
God, I love it so much.
I missed you too, Oxy!
Ooh, slasher. Get slapped. Nom. That hurts. Oh.
I'm glad you guys are alive, but when it came to kobolds, my bets were on the bugs. Dang, that's one of the lost credits.
Live for this!
Sorry about the thunder noises. Yeah, the thunder is really going in today. Hopefully you guys didn't hear too much of that.
Every one of you deserves a medal. Rock and stone.
Rock and stone! Yo, Steve!
Stay frosty.
Yeah, you're a badass.
Gentlemen, today is a good day.
Reloading!
I'm so glad I have these mods. Oh god. That's just 15 AI making soldiers say rock and stone. Oh wow! It's so cool though. I was like, no, I don't think in Team Fortress 2, I mean, to be fair, I never played it, so I just love the characters in the game. Like I don't think there's rock and stone happening in Team Fortress 2. It's like, wow, must be customly like custom recorded lines. So it's made by AI. Wow. Dude, AI is kind of scary, don't you think? Like, feels like at some point people could just make like AI noises of celebrities, and then be like,
Platform placed.
"Hey, I'm this person." It's a little bit spooky in my book. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, low gravity. Okay. No. But why? I need to look. Rock and stone. It's a little bit hard. It's too high up. Nah, it's finally a little bit. Trying not to think about it too much. It's far from goofing around, but there's some moral questions about its usage. AI? Yeah, that's the thing. I've been talking about, I mean, as an kind of an artist myself, I do think about, well, AI art. Yeah, there's some questionable actions going on. It's a little scary. Oh.
Music to my ears!
Come on, bloody dead.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna need to resupply. Shredder's out.
No. I'm out of ammo. But I don't want to use my heckin' breach cutter. I have to use it. I think I'm just gonna cut through these things. Oh, that feels good.
Cheese.
Platform!
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Action time. The swarm will be here shortly.
That's quick.
Resupply ordered.
had to do it.
Tripods on the way. Oh, and I know the beacon is shiny, but stay away from it. The wave's here. You can find it if you want, but it's your funeral. Nowhere in the manual does say kobolds were this crazy.
Supply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
That's a lot of them.
Down it goes. Steve, no. Okay, taking ammunition. Whew, I feel fresh out of the egg.
Is that potential Steve? No, that's a dead Steve. Got me a cupcake. Oh my god. I can imagine the spider saying that. Got me a cupcake.
I don't care.
Got me a cupcake. Get slapped.
Reloading.
Oh, Steve. Don't die. Oh, Steve.
You're almost to the wave, team. Go.
Oh, all the way, that's Victorian. Oh, Steve. Hey. Sonic? Oh, you.
Corona corroded.
Oh, wait, that's Steve.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world. Reloading.
Good job, Steve. Good job.
Loading up for more destruction.
Hi, Foxy.
Oh yeah. Reloading. See, I told you I'm good with animals. Yeah, good boy.
I'm still your friend.
I'm still your friend. Oh, there's one thing with driller. Last night I found out. When you drill them, and then the spider just goes like, "I am now scared of you." It's like, what? I mean, I know someone told me about like the drill will make the spider afraid of you, but I didn't think they can have like a custom line for it. It's like, I am now scared of you. The attention to detail. Although I didn't know the spooters can be scared. They're so cool. God, that's so good. I need to play more driller. But then I'm not good with the flamethrower. It's like I played driller last night. I keep dying. And I can make them go burn, but they just don't die quickly enough. Let's give the gun a shield too. Oh, that's much easier. I don't like that sound.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
Here, just be here.
And just like that, shooting gallery ready.
You better help me, turret.
Oh yeah! This is the life!
Hey! I love how they just keep laughing.
You're my friend now. We're gonna have some tacos later.
Stay frosty.
Okay, you get hip pats.
Cheese.
Platform
Cheats.
set and ready to use. Can't carry anymore.
That much?
Molly, I need you here. I can't hold any more of this.
That's good enough.
Team, there's a swarm incoming. You better start running.
Really?
Wait, why are you biting your tails? You're gonna fight it, aren't you?
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
Who? What? Where? Sentry.
The swarm's right on top of you.
All set. Let the automated shooting begin.
Whoop. Ay. Dang it.
I'm gonna tear through each and every single one of
That's
you.
Steve. That's Steve.
I'll remember you, Steve, forever.
Ooh.
Hey, looks like you got through it, team.
Hell yeah, tweet.
I knew you'd come back to me.
Oh.
Reloading.
That's a little scary. I didn't think the snow was gonna be this bad.
Reloading.
Uh-oh. I'm doing it.
Shredder swarm
Ooh.
deployed.
Uh-oh.
The bigger they are, the more holes you can pierce right through them. I got the loop up for gold and nitra, as well as the byproduct of guilt.
Oh, look back. Sorry, man.
It has to be done. It has to be done. Sometimes it has to be done.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Oh, heal.
Just what I needed. It always gets gets me whenever I see you define the laws of physics, Molly. Yeah, golden nitro! Look on the bright side of things, right? Platform out! He wiggles so cutely when you pat him like this. It's times like this I wish I could whistle. Steve, you're the best.
War. What is it good for? Everything.
Cheese.
Platform placed.
Cheese.
Bosco.
The least one can do is make it quick and make sure it doesn't go to waste.
I don't think I want to jump down from there. Looks spooky. I don't want it.
Okay, I got the loot bug. Let's get the minerals before I think about what I just did.
Just 3 more.
Who's at the top of the food chain now, bugs?
Did I just shot his head off? My god, I'm the best.
There's a swarming
Oh
coming.
god.
Get through fast. You know time is money.
Sentry placed. Time to set it up. Turret armed.
Swarm! They're here!
I'm so jealous right now. No, no, don't stop! This is just too much fun!
I'm really loving the breach cutter. It's really good. Slap.
Reloading!
That wasn't a good idea. Whoa, where'd you come from?
Just try to stop me!
Is there a little hole here? Oh, you're right. Hi, Steve.
Approaching you now. Finish them.
Ooh.
You call that?
Reloading! Praetorian down! Might want to step back! Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast. Steve! No!
All good, I think. But the Green Launcher gets a nuke overclock, and there's no greater joy than surprising your friends with nuclear bomb. How do I get overclock? I don't seem to have any overclock things currently. Is it level? Why does Steve sound like Soldier from TF2? Must be your imagination. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't hear soldier from TF2. Nuh-uh.
Tell your ancestors I said hi.
I'm not jumping down from there. Well, all jokes aside, I do have a few mods downloaded. A few.
Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
There's like heavy spy metrics cores. Gonna get those from weekly core hunt assignments and deep dives. Do I have deep dives? Maybe I should run around the space rig a little bit more. I must be missing a lot of things. No. Bad.
No more ammo left.
Oh good, oh good.
Cheese.
Platform
Cheeks.
created.
Oh, it could be multiplayer only thing? Question mark? Shit. Because I solely play this game only like solo. That could be why as well.
Resupply on its way.
Deep dives can be solo. Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, wait. It's just supplies?
Sentry
Oh,
placed
well, I
and
guess
ready
you'll
to
have
be
to
set up.
find the shinies yourself.
Sentry up. All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar. All right, loading back up.
Wow, Roxy Sue. Gasp. Thank you, Roxy Sue.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Wow, 21 months, eh? Wow. That's almost 2 years.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Thanks, Roxas. How you doing?
Oh yeah, say my name.
Where's Molly?
Molly! Honestly, Deep Rock needs to do some tweaking to your pathing AI or something. I don't know.
Said what? Doing Sages? Rain yesterday? I mean, it's raining now with a shitload of
Deposit
thunder.
time.
Only back 1 hour hot spring. What? Hey, man.
I've got a bad feeling about this, but not as bad as usual.
Wait, you mean you went to hot spring? That's impressive. I gotta slap an oppressor. Mission accomplished.
If that's your idea of being oppressive, Gliffin, well, that's just downright depressing.
Oh, at Ipoh ah.
One mighty done
Oh.
right, you call on the Kobolds. Yeah.
I didn't know Ipoh has hot springs. Could've gone there myself. When I was traveling to Ipoh for a little bit back then. Yeah. Power attacks hurt oppressors from all sides so you can slap their face if you want. Oh. That is good intel.
Reloading. Right over here, Molly. Come on.
What am I trying to do again? Oh yeah, Mokai, Mokai.
The secondary objective is completed, but you still have to finish the job.
I got this.
Swarmers, inbound. Oh god, there's so many legs.
Thanks, Tweak, not helping. Alright, go.
The swarmers are here.
Should call for one more.
Resupply on its way.
Sending in an extra shiny supply pod.
See, Tweak is being nice.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up. Reloading. That one's for Quartomac.
The swarmers are fine to me.
Wow, maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
Shredder's deployed.
No. What do I do? Oh, I know. Keep shooting. Ammo taken. Never felt better. Reloading.
Feels good when everything is mine. I can just take everything. Wow. Okay, let's go find more kite.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Oh, I'm too cold.
Objective complete. Nicely done. Return button on the mule has been activated to get you home, even though I'm not entirely sure that's worth our money.
Everything's done, right? Yeah, secondary objective, more kite. All good. I'm pretty sure I explored everywhere.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
Okay, let's go back.
The Molly collector is on the way. Oh, I guess you guys can ride it as well to get back.
That looks a little bit far away, don't you think? I got this. I have platforms. Let's go, Molly.
Retrieving the mule. Drop pod departing in 5 minutes. There's no way you don't make it in that time.
Molly, where are you going? Molly? Molly, are you sure this is the way? Molly! Where did Molly go? God damn it. Oh wait, there's a bunch of more kite.
Go! Drop pod isn't waiting forever.
Oh wait, is that where? Oh my god, Molly, god damn it.
Where the heck did this come from? Oh yeah, now things are getting fun.
No, it's not, I'm scared. Just do this.
Provider. No need to thank me.
Okay. I've activated Game Shark, everything is fine.
Drop pod departing in 4 minutes. Hey, why can't we just launch it now? What do you mean we have to wait for them?
Alright, go. Oh my god. Boo! My favorite one. My god.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Too high up? No? Oh, thank goodness for low gravity.
Money is secured. Now we can initiate the launch sequence. Hopefully you get on before we leave. Your pod departing in 3 minutes. Why can't we launch again? Oh, you have a union.
All good, all good. Only like 40 meters away. Oh god. Hey, Steve! Why are you all blocking the way? Alright, go, 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 go. I'm stuck. I got your 6. Yay! Oh god. 8 low gravity. Let's go. What is this drop? What is this? Oh my. Just.
Departing in T-2 minutes.
Hey, there's a go inside. Thanks.
Good work. Returning you to orbit.
This will never get old.
See, tweak is nice. Putting a gold in there. I'm a back. Welcome back. That went a lot better than I thought. Deep dives, huh? Deep
Complete the
dives.
assignment. Congratulations.
Thanks, Tweak. Any way that I can access to deep dives? Is it like red ones? Like super red? At the window? Oh? The window? That window? Oh, you mean that one? Oh, it is. Oh. Oh no. It's so big. Ah. It was a paradise for fungus, but a green hell for dwarves? Solo? Deep dives are long, 3 missions back to back, so I need at least... I think at most 3.5 hours for this, because each mission took me about an hour average, I would say. If it's short, then about 30 minutes to 50 minutes. No... Deep dive? Oh, you're right, deep dives. Okay, I'm gonna try to tackle a deep dive. Check the time though. Time. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's only 2? If 3 hours... 5. I have to start at about 6. It shouldn't take that long. Hopefully. I'm gonna try it. I do have dinner tonight, so... yeah.
Fucking patience.
Alright, let's be quick
Got it.
about this. There are about 45 minutes or an hour on average depending on what missions are rolled for the week. Ah, okay. Let's get this one.
Hey Lloyd, juice us up with some of that powerful Rocky Mountain we love. Yeah,
Launch, right?
Deep dive commencing. Hey, what do you call a pack of kobolds that are all best friends? A pack of brobolds.
Thanks, Tweak. Brobolds? 136 for this gold? Is it even that one? Oh, I've leased. Yeah, sure.
That's a steal, and I'm the one that stole it.
What? What was that? I love it.
Ha, you see? Put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything.
Yeah, it's barrels of fun until someone has to clean up this mess. And let me tell you, you little lizards, it ain't gonna be mission control.
You little lizards. Oh yeah, change back the gun. Oh my god, if I didn't change it to this one, I'm gonna cry. Okay, I don't need rate of fire. Magazine size is good. More ammo? I feel more ammo is good. Recoil is fine in my book. Armor breaking? Yep, armor breaking is nice. Turret whip? Shoot just ready to make them create an overloaded shot. Oh, what? Shit. So I use this shotgun and shoot my turret and I don't need to aim anymore? Make them create an overloaded shot. I do like the shot. No, I don't want that. Maybe have a rate of fire then. Turret whip shoots a big plasma explosive projectile. So I just shoot the turret and then it will shoot something that's really big. Oh, that sounds so good though. I'm keeping it. I never tried it, but now is a good time to try it. Let's go deep dive. My first deep dive.
Hope I don't get a critical failure. Oh, that would be embarrassing.
Golden scales shall prevail.
You shoot a big green projectile towards where it's aiming.
Did you miss us?
Whoa. Stink.
Okay, team, this is the first stage of the deep dive. I hope you guys know what you signed up for. If you can't make it through this, you have no chance of making it any deeper.
Did I just do it?
Oh shit! No
I didn't mean to do
Give it
it.
everything you got.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Let's go. Why is that music? Why am I listening at? Which one am I shooting? Oh, it's that thing. Why are you playing the bagpipes? Are you from Scotland? Oh, hey. Yeah, that's good. Oh no. You can't kill the ghost? Oh, why? I cannot kill the ghost? Okay, wait.
Reloading.
Oh, is that modded too? Demo Man is Scottish? Oh, I was right then. That's why he's playing the bagpipes, oh my god. Scotland forever. It's fine, I got this. Oh boy, I don't got this anymore. True. Hey, what the fuck? This is bad.
Platform set and ready to use.
Oh my god. Where's the blast? Okay.
Reloading.
Cannot avoid this? Cannot mind things now? Will it keep chasing me? You said kind of around and not be in its way. I'm gonna assume it doesn't chase me. Ah, it chases me? I'm stuck. Demo Man, please. It will keep following you, so it'll be annoying. Oh no. I assume this is deep dive. Deep dive only, huh? Yeah, that's bad. I can't do anything. Just aim for nitrous then. It's quite fast too.
I feel rejuvenated. No more.
Cheese.
Platform place.
Cheese. Cheese. Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Cheese.
Shut the fuck up!
Platform.
Cheese.
Oh my god. Come here, sister.
Great. Now I'm gonna feel sticky for weeks.
Fuck! Shredder swarm deployed.
Where the heck is Molly? Molly! Oh yeah! Eat it! Warden's down, Bugs! What you gonna do now? Nope, can't carry anymore.
How do I kite the ghost? Ghost detonators are haunted case mutator actually. They're just rare unless it's
Yeah, Chris is
Halloween.
spilling it. I'm gonna have to come back for this
And then
later.
I got it first try? I mean, I'm a kobold, I guess I should be happy. It's a rare thing. Albeit it's a little bit very annoying. Well, not a little bit, but hey, if it's rare, I'll take it. Yeah, it's great.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Where is it? Oh, it's kind of far away. Okay. Deep the AM didn't
smell that?
sleep. Why? Cauliflower. There's an egg right there. Seeded, not random, so it's the same for everyone for this week. Oh, okay. Damn man, please, I'm just trying to get the egg. Should probably get this as well.
Resupply ordered.
Sending in a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself.
Egg.
Egg! Demo man, I'm stuck!
Supply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
All good, all good.
Hold up. I need the mule. All right. Who did that? Oh, yeah. All right. Loading back up. potion.
Enough time, enough time? Nope. That's not good. Stop playing the bagpipes!
Yeah.
Beta access for Harem Hotel? What even is that? Temple get stuff for you if it's too dangerous or difficult to get. Okay. Thanks for the tip. I keep forgetting about Bosco being very helpful. I'm just being dumb. Yeah, where did I put the thing again? Not here, right? So I jumped up from there. Oh, it's there. Oh no. Warden.
Come on, I've got plenty to spare.
Where did I put my egg again? There it is.
Shake those legs of yours, Molly.
Get here quick. Come on, come on. Nice, nice. Hopefully it's only for this quest.
Egg.
Molly!
Egg. Oh boy. No. Okay, that's 2 eggs.
Reloading!
Is it nearby? Fuck.
Shredder's out.
At least I killed the dreadnought early. Surprisingly enough, I killed the dreadnought. Okay, got some time that I can mine some nitro. Okay, let's find the eggs. Map. Definitely not nearby. Okay, 2 eggs right there. I still don't understand the map. Is it here? Okay, if I follow around this route, I should be able to look at the egg. Okay. Collect any nitro you can. It carries over all missions. Oh no. Okay, got it. Are you just right in front of me? One of the best visual novels. Harem Hotel. Cannot say that I heard of it. Oh, to be fair, I'm not really a visual novel kind of person.
Platform!
So the ghosts will always know where I am, right? And then they'll try to choose like the closest route. Yep, okay. Molly, don't go there, Molly. Molly, please. Alright, good.
It's on like...
God, the X is down there though. I could probably take a few hits, but not from... I don't want to take a hit from Ghost. It literally just destroys my shield entirely.
Reloading!
Okay, how do I kite it? Oh, how do I... Yeah, it's there. Can I really not heard it?
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Okay, kite them here. There's a circular route that I can use here. Alright, come here, stupid. God, imagine doing this in multiplayer though. Shit. There's still gonna be one spooter? Is it here? Okay, it is here. Go, 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 go. One spooter for multiplayer. Just one spooky spooter even in multiplayer. Okay, okay. So I guess this is a little bit of a disadvantage for playing in solo. But no big deal. I can handle this. I think. Oh yeah, I didn't get to choose any hazard level. So this is only one hazard level. It's here somewhere. Okay.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Cheese.
Platform out.
Egg. Molly.
Ooh, the swarm's on an intercept course. Better get ready.
And depositing minerals. All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
Okay, one more egg.
Sentry turret armed.
This one forces me to go fast. In a way, it's good.
The swarm's here. Time to be Kobold.
Cheese.
Platform placed.
That's not gonna work. Praetorian, alright.
What? You thought that just because you're bigger you could take us? You're sorely mistaken.
Steve.
Come on, Steve, we're gonna kick some tail. Keep your appendages to yourselves.
Oh, it's the ghost. Oh, sorry, that's Steve. Okay, I can hold out here for a little bit first. It's fine. Egg? Egg should be nearby here, I think. No, it's very not nearby here. I need to go up. Oh, bagpipes! Bagpipes! Oh shit! I fucking love the bagpipes. God, it's so scary but funny.
Gotta wait for them to recharge.
The wave is almost over.
Oh god.
Left.
All good, all good. No worries, no worries. Never,
I'm still here.
never panic. Never panic is the word. Okay, know that I have a resupply here. Just gonna get rid of all these. I have to do a little bit of spinaroo first. No more deep dive has hazard 3.
Reloading.
Goes to hazard 4. Second mission I think hazard 4.5 on third. Am I gonna... This is only hazard 3?
Kill a kobold? That's just embarrassing.
Okay, how do I get up?
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Abuse. Not the bagpipes! Not the bagpipes!
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Please don't hurt me! Anything by your bagpipes!
Not a fresh glow stick.
Okay, okay, found it, found
The
it.
others to recharge.
Anything but the bagpipes, please! Oh god! Oh god, come on! Egg! Oh! Throw it down! Come here, Molly.
Come on, put a pip in your step, Molly. Ammo taken. Feeling much better now.
Molly, you're supposed to be faster than... Ah, Molly! Ah, stay here. Kite it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. That's it. They got that. Okay, good thing I can just keep spinning around. Oh no, is it going back? No. Where's my egg again?
See? I told you I'm good with animals.
Oh, that's the egg. Oh shit, I'm stupid. What am I doing? Oh, it's a hunter. Hey.
What's your ammo count? I mean, if you can.
Okay, Molly.
Molly!
Molly!
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
Oh, Molly, come on. Let's go, Molly. Get down. Nice. Go.
What do you need for another beer? You made me addicted!
Job well done. The button on the mule is activated. It's time to move on, team.
How do I even move on? Where's the drop pod?
Pod's on a return vector. Nicely done.
Thanks. Oh, I'm kind of curious though.
Pod has arrived. We're retrieving the money. I mean the mule. Retrieving the mule.
Like, if there's multiplayer going against the ghost spooter,
Minutes. There's no way you don't make it in that time.
is the spooter gonna chase only one player, or is it gonna chase
Created.
randomly? Ooh, it's so cool though. Okay, go. How do you even...
Hey, last Kobold to the drop pod owes me lunch. Access provided. No need to thank me.
Yeah, it's Praetorian. I'm not wasting my ammo. Go. Come on, let me in. Oh, okay.
Time for some harder drills. The mule's docked with the pod. We got everything we need, so you guys better get on the pod before we leave.
No one. Spooky Spider will alternate between all players, just like non-spooky temperatures. Ah, I got the Matrix Core. Hunter Cave. Refine liquid morkite, recover one black box. No, not the liquid mork. No, not the liquid morkite. All right, okay. That was only 20 minutes though. No, the Hunter Cave makes me need to speedrun. All good. 100 and something nitra sounds good. Ooh, this is epilepsy warning. Bosco can help you build the pipes. Oh yeah, true. Bosco is very important. Remember Bosco. Bosco not only will help me shoot, but also build things and take things. Let's go. So we will always be in this map, right?
Hey guys, you made it to the second stage of the deep dive. Now I know it can seem a little deadly down there, but at least you have Molly. On a side note, if you don't have Molly, well, good luck anyway.
The least one can do is make it quick. I don't
Make
think
sure
I
it
can ever
doesn't
go
go to
back to just simply mining. This is my life now.
What is that? What is? Oh! What the fuck? Oh no, you don't. Oh, you can die. I don't know what you are. What is that? Did I win? I don't like the shield. There's more? Alright. God. God, I'm stuck in a hole.
Help me, Bosco!
It's good.
I knew I could count on you, Bosco. Platform created.
Alright, where's that thing? Oh, it's up there? Oh, it's going down. Okay. I need to keep running for the bombs. Who?
Time to shred.
Okay.
Part of my soul leaves me for each time.
Oh, is this thing gonna help me? If I restart it, is it gonna kill? I don't know. I'm gonna do it. Please don't kill me. Oh, it's helping me. Okay, thank God.
We got one. Send us that pump jack now.
Request accepted. Pump jack inbound. Hey, Gary, are you sure you can do this?
All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
She'll kill you like Molly by pushing you around. Oh God.
Okay, now we gotta connect it to the refinery. Sentry turret armed. I got the loot bug for gold and nitra, as well as the byproduct of guilt.
Sorry, I need all the nitro I can get.
Remember, one bullet each. Unless they want more. Yeah, gold and nitra. Look on the bright side of things, right?
Oh yeah, no Molly, right? Because it's a...
Reloading.
Yeah, I always avoid doing liquid nitra. Or like liquid morkite, sorry. I always avoid doing this quest because liquid morkite is so time consuming.
Yeah.
For me anyway.
Chief.
Platform set and ready to use. Sorry, you're going hungry.
Hey!
No more.
Wow, this thing is strong! Get all the nitra. Beautiful. I'm playing out of my mind right now. Sorry, loot bug.
Loot bug popped.
God, why do they have to make loot bugs so adorable? The game knows. I hate it. Shotgun ammo looks good. This ammo looks good. I assume this is a black box. Looks like a black box. I should call for one.
Yeah, let's just send back all the data on a random data drive we found in a cave.
I can defend it.
Nowhere. What could go wrong?
Like the uplink is savage. Oh, okay. Is that?
The reason we have a zone is for you to be inside of it.
God damn it. Just a second.
Buy on me. And buy on me, I mean,
Oh wow, that's bad.
I mean, give me your nitra.
Are you serious? You're putting this one here? Oh god, I'm taking it.
If we lose your signal, we can't get it back.
I cannot lose the signal. I lost once because I didn't stay inside. Oh.
Let me make this easier for you.
Okay. Ah, fuck.
You inside of it. Good. Outside. Bad.
Outside, bad.
Please go back in the zone. Only a Gary can figure this one out.
Alright, I'm in. Where's my turret?
Reloading.
Shoot it. One. It's okay, Bosco can revive me one more time. I got this.
Yeah! Set him up, knock him dead! And I'm getting paid for this shit! This is a lie!
75% completed. Almost there.
That thing is blocking me.
Reloading. Yeah! Ugh. I think I killed a right one
All
there.
digital beer recipes downloaded. Among other things.
Yeah, bring the noise.
That's good, right? I did it. We did it. Yeah. Oh, dude, deep dive is good. A deep dive is fun.
Okay, taking ammunition. Crunchy.
Okay, now I just have to get the liquid morkite. All the things doesn't look too far away, which is good.
You know, I just remembered. Someone owes me lunch. Just gotta remember who it was.
Okay, there's one. That's not it. Okay.
Well located. Send us the pump jack, please.
Pump jack launched. Stay clear. We wouldn't want Gary to hit you. He's not very good at aiming with those little stubby hands of his.
I need to know who's scary. One
Pump
nearby?
jack's just arrived. Now to hook it up to the refinery.
Oh, I'm gonna play more deep dives. It's so much fun. Also very scary.
That's all I can fit in my bag.
Ah, dang it.
Team, there's a swarm
Yeah.
incoming. You better start running. Wait,
Hoa,
you're
Ronato, hi.
gonna fight it, aren't you?
How goes the mining? Mining's going well.
Sentry gun placed. Ready to be built.
The first time me doing deep dives and I'm enjoying it so far. I didn't know deep dives is a thing.
You can fight him if you want, but it's European rule. Nowhere in the manual does say
Oh,
Kobolds
okay.
were this crazy.
Who? What? Where?
I live for this. Reloading.
There's the adrenaline.
Deep dives are nice. Just keep in mind that there's one normal deep dive and elite deep dive per week. Ah, okay. Reset on Wednesdays. Okay. I don't think I can do elites though. I don't think I'm that good. I mean, unless it's Tekken, then that's
Yeah,
different.
give the little guy some sugar.
I just better hear a soldier from TF2.
Creeps, just give
Might be imagination.
Reloading.
Okay, the liquid morkite is here. Good. This one is like the furthest way. Yeah, this one is like the furthest one.
I don't got room for any more.
Just mind it, just mind it. Gonna come back anyway.
Sending you coordinates. Now give us the pump jack.
Elite gets nutty. Start at hazard 4, go hazard 5. Hazard 5.5? I get one shot in hazard 5. I don't think I can play that one. I love mods, though I hate that I can't have any mods on Xbox. Ooh, yeah. I mean, consoles, right?
Pump jack is now in place.
Ow.
A part of my soul leaves me whenever I kill these things.
Okay. Where is the... Huh? Uh-oh. My sense of direction is gone.
Reloading!
I think it's here. Oh, okay, okay. Then it's not too hard. You can put the point. Oh, that is so nice. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm not really good at like, not really well versed, so thank you for all the tips. Really need those. Okay, now I just need to connect from that to here. Can I? 60 meter. Oh. I can try doing dumb shit. Like... I'm the driller, isn't it? Good thing I drink what? The blackout stout? No. Whatever stout that is. Yeah, I got Rocky Mountain lucky. What's going on? I'm bad at digging? Yeah, no spooky ghosts at least. I'm glad. The spooky ghost is really spooky. I don't like it. Also very cool though. Hmm. $36 meters? Mm-hmm. Halfway there. I never did this before, so... Oh, almost there. Just noticed my phone battery is low. Got to go. Hope we have fun though. Oh, thank you. Hope you have a great day too, Koa. Okay. Oh, that's so close. I'm so close. I need it. Dig down, maybe? I mean, that's a weird way of doing it, but it's possible. Just dig a bigger hole here. Right, this should do. Begin pipeline. Where? This one. Please don't get it. Can you not stay there, thing? Okay. Thanks. Too long? Oh god. Okay, I have an idea.
Cheese.
Platform placed.
Nothing a good old cheese doesn't fix. Look at that. Right, let's get to it. Probably have to modify this a little bit. Whoa. Thanks, Narix. Hi. How you doing?
Question is, are we going for efficiency or are we going for chaos?
Chaos. Too steep? Nice. Okay, I can tell Bosco to build this
Bosco,
thing,
help me out with the construction, please.
and then I just need to get to that too, which shouldn't be too big of a problem. Let's see, 57, 48. Okay.
This is gonna be the best ride ever. I mean, I'm totally setting this up for efficiency.
Uh-oh. Not now.
And destroy.
Yeah, keep coming at me. I'm sure it will work eventually. You couldn't have been an even more fatter and easier target to hit. But you're more than welcome to surprise us. In the next life. Building wouldn't hurt. Just saying. Looking good so far?
Okay.
My place. Working, grinding, shooting, all at the same
Well
time.
done. Pipeline successfully established.
Oh, that was
Now we just have
fast.
to hope it holds together.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Better bunker up and hunker down. Swarm incoming.
Here? Just let me connect this.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be
They're
on.
here.
All good, all good. Oh god,
Sentry up.
I already got shat on.
Natural selection, slithead.
Do they die with this sound too in TF2? That would be kinda scary. Yeah, shotgun is great. Soldier death sound, it's a bit more rare. It's the only place when they get killed by critical hit or melee. Oh, okay, okay. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, it's hard to imagine when when this death sound plays too frequently in a game.
Painting the whole cave with your blood.
TF2 is deathmatch, right? It's like FPS deathmatch, like Counter-Strike, something like that. So yeah, it would be a little bit too annoying to keep hearing that, I would say. But what do I know? Alright, we good. Let's get back. Hey, don't... Okay, Bosco, you do this.
Bosco, can you build it? Yes, you can.
Tier 2 is a lot of things. Most popular game mode is payload, where you escort a bomb to the enemy base. Escort a bomb to the enemy base? Oh, that's so scary. Also fun.
Ammo taken.
Okay, Bosco is building it. Now I just need to connect to that one. Pipeline... How much? There. That's a weird start.
Construction underway.
That was fast.
Look, the position of cuteness has already been taken.
Oh my
Can
god.
you give me a hand building this, please, Bosco? Thank you.
Why are you doing this?
That's that one done. There's no way this is gonna hold.
Objective completed. All the pipelines are set up and ready for extraction.
Very, very
Let's just hope they
nice.
hold together. Looks like we're all set to go. Return to the refinery and we can start the pump sequence.
240 nitra? Okay, good. Let's do it.
The liquid morkite is being extracted. You're making a ton of noise and destroying the environment. Just like any good goblin would. I mean dwarf. Any good dwarf. Incoming swarm. Show them your dwarfs.
Ready to be set up. Turret armed. Easily the best job ever.
Pump sequence at 25%. I'm surprised nothing's broken yet.
Reloading.
Dang, that guy at Space Stoller told me these things would work. I guess he had to fix it again.
Okay, okay, go, 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 go. This one?
Too fast for you.
More? Ew.
Man, you fixed that pipeline quick. But there's still a couple more to do.
Suck on that.
Nice, nice, nice. Oh, not nice.
The pipelines are operational again. Man, you're making this cheap investment worth it.
Go back, go back, go back.
Lock and load, team. Swarm incoming. Pump sequence at 50%. Keep the duct tape handy in case it starts leaking again.
What's going on? Oh, the mushroom is jank. The mushroom is so jank.
Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit.
The pipelines are jammed. They need maintenance.
Okay. Let's do this, do it. Oh, I can ride on that thing? That's kinda cute. Nice. Ooh.
You got the liquid morkite flowing again. Man, I wonder what they'll brew with this batch. Pump sequence at 75%. Come on, baby, hold together just a little longer. Bugs, get ready.
Smell of gunpowder. Reloading.
I'm so glad I have this thing. It's so strong.
For the liquid morkite. You can push the button to launch the rocket into orbit.
Yeah,
Don't worry, by the way.
I'm pretty sure without that thing, I'm gonna suffer a lot here.
At the space dollar like the piping.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Wow, you got all those pipes to remain built. I didn't think the space dollar equipment would last this long. But I guess you're ready to start the pump sequence.
I am danger.
Not done yet, right? There's still something that needs to be done? Question mark? Launch rocket.
Lift off! Woo! Now it's a party. Reloading.
Oh.
Well done. The cargo rocket's returning to orbit. We'll send the drop pod in as soon as we've checked it out.
The refinery mission control line's a little bit bugged, where they'll repeat the line without having all pipes connected when they finish pumping. Oh. It's okay. It's only like a small issue.
Drop pod departing in 3 minutes. Why can't we launch again?
Which drop pod? Oh, I forgot about the drop. Oh, okay. Cool. I thought the drop pod is gonna be at the rocket place. Okay, cool. Oh god. It's fine. I got this. It's not that far. Where's it again? Is it like at the... Okay.
I'll never get tired of this.
Maybe I should just use the... Don't I? Probably should. It's fine.
Done.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Who? What? Where? Eh.
You bugs are nothing.
All good. Nice. That's actually really fast. This is the fastest liquid morkite refining that I've ever done. Nice. Clean overclock. Lethal enemies? Uh-oh. Collect more kind of alien eggs? At least it's not Haunted Cave, so good. Lethal enemies, I just have to be careful then. 243 Nitra works. Let's go. All good. I got this. We got this. No problem. This game, easy. This game, easy. I can't help but notice that deep dives, they make the map a lot smaller than like the usual mission. It could be just me, but it sure feels that way.
Time to make cartilage proud for golden scale.
Honestly, team, you're so deep now. I have no advice. Goblins don't usually dig this deep. Why does deep rock go this deep? I guess, good luck.
I got the loot box
See
to
you
go to
soon,
Asia,
hopefully.
as well as the byproduct.
I'll save you a sandwich.
Thanks, Tweak.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built. Sentry armed.
Okay, gold, shiny. Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Cheese.
At least I have Molly this time. Indeed, guys, you get a blank core first, weapon core second, cosmetic core last. If you have the weapon cores, you're good after the second mission. You won't lose them if you fail. Oh! Okay. But I think since I just started the deep dive, the first... Whoa! Seal! Hi, Seal Berg. Oh my god! Fish raid? Wow. Fish raid? That's right. I forgot Seal is part fish. Hi Seal, hi Jade, hi Arzadu. Arzadu? Sorry. Pistachio Man, hi. Gen Silk.
Hello.
Fish raid. Oh my god, how are you doing? What were you playing? We're rich? We're rich. As a Kobold, I'm very happy we're rich. Super Nintendo Royale, it's a game that I never played. I mean, I did play it a long time ago. A very long time ago. How was it? Did you got any wins? Did you get any... Kobold, this dragon has taken interest in watching. Thanks. Also, thanks for the follow. Seal, thank you as well. Arzadu as well, thank you. Back to being responsible burb. Yeah. You better look after this Kobold. Sorry for the screen flashes. I keep forgetting. Okay. Thanks for the raid, Seal. Go responsible. Also, welcome everyone. My name is Tilra. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I do art occasionally. And I love fighting games. Yeah. Lily review trailer? You mean there's another review trailer for Tekken 8? Fuck, really? Okay, I'll watch it. Sorry for the screen flashes again. I'll watch it after I'm done with this deep dive. Also, I'm doing my first deep dive. I have no idea what I'm doing. Gotta try my best. Ever played Deep Rock Galactic before, guys?
Jeez.
Platform out.
Also, I have a bunch of mods on, so if you hear anything weird, don't worry about it. No worries.
Okay, I got the loot bug. Let's get the minerals before I think about what I just did.
Hope you are doing good. Oh yeah, also if you need to take care of yourself, definitely. No, the post-stream care, important. It's not here. God, at least this one doesn't have like the ghost booter that just keeps playing bagpipes. Right, there we go. I'm here for more kite and eggs. Okay. I'm already hearing weird noises.
Sentry placed. Time to set it up. Sentry up. Let it rip.
Come here, pumpkin. Oh boy. Oh. Oh yeah, also I'm on the third deep dive. Third stage now. Gonna get all the shinies.
Oh, crap. Can't carry anymore. Molly! Here! Now!
Come on, Molly.
I'm doing my part. Rocks and stones may break my bones, but beer will never hurt me. Gee, I'm feeling poetic today.
Sometimes I'll get possessed by dwarf a little bit. Don't worry about it.
All good things come to those who wait, like dual flamethrowers and beer.
Look back down. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Yes, you are, Molly.
Soldier noises? That sounds like is that oppressor?
Platform created. Use them too rapidly. Gotta wait for them to recharge.
Yep, it is oppressor. Okay, okay. Wait a minute. Let me step you real quick.
That was an oppressor? Consider me unimpressed.
All good, all good. The backhand slap too strong. God, I love the mining in this game. I can do this whole day. Pin pen too strong.
Coming. You better get ready.
Eh.
All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up. All set. Let the automated shooting begin. Oh, by the way, caught another dwarf trying to sneak a pat on my head. I swear.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
Oh, I see egg. Okay. Oh. No, that's not it. There's too much, too much. Ooh, okay, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh shit! Ugh.
Please get out the mushroom. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm trying this.
Shredders deployed.
One down, two down. Come on, I can do this.
Shotgun too good.
Just what I needed.
Okay. Oh, Steve.
I believe in Steve. Part of my soul leaves me whenever I do these things. Reloading.
The hostiles are backing down. Do you think they're planning to regroup and come back for us?
Chief.
Platform up. Nope. Still not good enough.
I forgot how loud it is.
Reloading. Shake that sexy metal ass and get over here, Molly. Loaded up and heading for the mule. He wiggles so cutely when you pat him like this.
Well done. Thanks
Yeah,
to your
it's
friend.
you and me against the
I'm
world.
still your friend.
Stay frosty.
Molly, come here.
forgot about it again. Egg.
And depositing minerals.
Oh boy. Okay, one more egg. 100 more kite. Doesn't sound too hard.
Yeah, golden nitra. But it won't go.
Weapon, son.
Is that all? I can smack you with my tail if I wanted to. Part of my soul leaves me for each time.
Okay, where do I go? Where do I go? Go down? Oh no, my sense of direction, it's leaving me. Maybe go out? Oh, dirt.
Cheese.
Access provided.
Cheese.
No need to thank me.
Cheese.
Eh? Is it above?
What did I eat?
Xenofungus? Why do I feel I never seen that before? Camping mushroom?
Right over there.
It's a known that one. That's right. Oh, I don't like that noise. With a grabber. Hey! I don't want it. Oh.
Oh man, for sake, looks like you summoned a whole bunch of glyphic grunts.
I don't think I don't. What? I don't think I'm going to find it here.
One Steve, two Steve, red Steve, blue Steve.
Sentry placed and ready to be armed.
Guess I have to now.
Armed and ready. Reloading.
Best music, by the way.
felt better. Reloading!
Ooh, slasher. Oh, this is getting a bit dicey.
You're almost through the wave, team. Go, go.
Reloading!
Oh, Steve's still alive.
Steve, you're the best.
Oh, out of turret ammo. Alright. I mean, this is the last deep dive, right? I can just call... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just call for ammunition.
Resupply ordered.
Here, have a supply pod on me. And by on me, I mean on you. And by on you, I mean give me your nitra.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Loading up for more destruction. Just what I needed. Okay, taking ammunition.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Alright, that was a... that was kind of a huge wave. A little bit scary. All good, all good.
Oh, you see? Even a glyphic can be cute.
Steve's alive. I like that.
No, I once had a nightmare that I was the mule and Molly was the... I bet you those other little glyphics are never mind, I don't want us right now.
Stay crusty.
For the pack!
Okay, all good, all good. I have to remember this is hazard 4, I think.
Fucking patience.
Oh my god, that's a naked... that's a naked guard, oh my god. it's a naked Steve.
Ba-da-dow. Ba-da-dow.
Okay.
That's all I can fit in my bag. How much more of this can you hold?
Nice.
Keep this up, we're gonna beat the record of those dwarves.
Hazard 4.5 is so a bit tougher, but not too bone numbing. Ah, oh, this is 4.5. Okay, okay.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Jeez. There should be enough more kite.
Cheese.
Platform placed.
We've got all the morkite needed. Why do we need all this morkite? Oh!
Okay, one more egg. Oh, which is straight.
Cheese.
Platform.
Cheese.
I just want all the shinies. They're mine.
Cheese.
Platform.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Oh god.
Better sharpen those pickaxes. There's a swarm incoming.
The moment my
I know
shield
you're
is
hungry,
gone.
girl.
All good, all good. Okay, this is a huge open area.
Okay,
Good.
sentry placed and ready to be armed. Sentry up. Resupply on its way.
Sending in an extra shiny supply pod. The swarm's right on top of you.
Good with animals.
Metal. I got your 6.
I got your 6.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
Oh.
Redder swarm. I've certainly got myself in a sticky situation. Hey, am I the only one keeping score here? No! They took the one thing from this planet I actually cared about.
Oh boy. Yeah, too many moms. Please don't numb me. Maybe fighting these guys in the open area is not such a good idea.
Hey, are you guys still alive? Well, I guess I'm here to high-pitched laughter, so I'll probably take that as a maybe.
Get a haircut, hippie.
Get a haircut, hippie. Is that what they say?
Reloading.
Oh my god. Just when I thought the mod doesn't get any better. Oh god. That should be good. Oh, it's below.
Come get me.
Yeah, looks about right. That works, right? I don't know, probably a bad idea for me doing this. definitely a bad idea. I'm feeling it.
Egg.
Egg. Alright, here we go.
Incoming. Better dip, dive, duck, and dodge.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Come on, Molly.
Open is safer where you can run away from
Reloading.
them rather than the confined space where they can all bunch up you quickly. Oh, true though. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, didn't think of that.
Well, it was nice knowing you, you adorable little lizards. Oh, Gary, I can't look at these eggs anymore. You take over. We got everything we came for. Now let's get out of here.
Reloading.
Automated shooting though? It's so good. Wait, they're all coming from that little hole.
Who's up top the food chain now, Bugs?
If I shoot above the hole. Yeah, see? They're all coming from there. What's that sound? Why is that different? Oh wait, can I?
Cheese.
Keep fighting, team. You're almost through the wave.
I'm gonna cheese it out. Does it work? Probably not.
All right, loading back up. Resupply ordered.
Nitro has been withdrawn and a supply pod is inbound. While we accepting Nitro, we could be accepting credits. Bullets and red sugar are on the way.
Reloading.
Drop pod inbound. Stand clear.
Why not, right?
All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar.
Thanks, Tweak.
The drop pod has arrived. The money's been called back. I mean, mule. Drop pod departing in 5 minutes.
Ah, Molly, where are you going?
That time.
Molly, what the heck? Oh, Molly, not again. Molly, I swear to God, you were just going through. Alright, how do I get up there? How do I get up there? I cannot go through that hole.
Come on, go, go.
Molly's cheating.
Oh yes, say my name.
Alright, see what I can do then.
Platform up.
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform out.
And I'm stuck. All good, all good. Where's the hole again? Can't see shit.
Cheese.
Drop pod departing in 4 minutes. Hey, why can't we just launch it now? What do you mean we have to wait for them?
Oh!
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Yeah. Okay, collecting ammunition.
This is bad.
Oppressor down! I call dibs on the chitin.
Oh! I might die here. I really don't know how to get back. Okay, don't panic. 3 minutes. I have an idea.
Drop pod departing in 3 minutes. Why can't we launch again? Oh, you have a union. The mule has docked. Launch it. Oh wait, we gotta wait for them? Dang it.
Cheese.
Platform place. Let's head for the drop pod.
Come on. Kill the thing. Doing it. Who's hitting me?
Yeah, bring the noise.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Might not be enough.
Come on, we can do this. Come on.
Why am I stuck? I'm not panicking, I'm not panicking. Gosh, I didn't expect the drop pod to do this to me. It's fine. Come on, we're almost there. Ooh, 1 minute. Stop getting stuck.
Drop pod's departing in 1 minute. You better get your asses in there.
I know, tweak.
Fall back to the drop pod.
That's not good. Should have done this earlier.
We're gonna leave it without you in 30 seconds.
I know, tweak. Give 'em hell, boys! Hey,
Redder swarm.
what's getting me stuck again?
10 seconds left. You're lucky I waited this long.
That one's for Quartomac.
Yeah, no, I'm.
2, 1. See you later, suckers.
Thanks, tweak.
Retrieving the escape pod. I guess we'll send in the next cleanup crew later.
I tried. I got bullied by Molly. Molly just straight up went up the thing. Oh god. Yeah, I got weapon core. It's fine. Oh, I got a lot of money though. Look at that. Hell yeah. So all these 3 quests only took like an hour?
Hey, did any of you get the name
Oh, you got an infused matrix core. If you go use that at the forge, you can get more boom in your gun.
More boom in my gun? I'm gonna try it. Does it say... faster rate of fire, faster reload? For submachine gun? It's already really fast. Like, it just tears through my ammo like really quickly. Maybe now I can just... Brian! The baby is ready. Baby?
The baby is ready.
What baby? Wow, Brian, thank you. 9 months. Oh my god. With Prime 2? Thanks, Brian.
Big mistake giving me this. Now I'm just gonna slot this in right here and get started. Now I'll show you what I can really do.
How you doing, Brian? That's hard. So 1 deep dive, I get 1. Also, I have a weekly core hunt assignment for more cores. Okay.
I'll take that.
Got a Kaja. It's 2:40 a.m. on a work night. I just let the dogs out. Oh. 2:40 a.m. on a work night. Oh god. I want to try again. This one? Breach the core? Oh, Matrix core. Cannot be aboard when first started. Introductory mission to unlock them. Okay. Let's do it. Here, let me try. Let me try out the new gun. Well, not new gun. This one? Oh. Yeah, rip ammo. Rip ammo. $660 ammo. Sure, why not?
Change a few numbers there, move a little bit here, remove that, add that,
Oh, I think
and
just...
there we go! Just the tasking I needed to my equipment. Now that's shine is well spent. Bang for the buck if you'd ask the Kobold.
Why not, right? Why not? Oh, I wanna use back this one. I missed my explosion. Armor breaking? Yeah. More area damage or just 2 more ammo? I'll take area damage. This one? Another area damage? Yeah. Just a lot more area. That's good enough. Oh shit. Armor breaking is bugged on explosive weapons, unfortunately, so I wouldn't recommend using that. No! Okay, I'll change it. Armor break. Then high velocity sounds good. That means I can snipe them. Grenade launcher as a sniper. Rival presence. Sensor detected rival presence in the area. That's it? Okay. Don't know if that's good or bad. Short low. I'm gonna do hazard 4 still. Morkite fossils. Fossils? I'm gonna ignore the fossil.
Okay, they selected a mission. Power up the drone pod.
Eh.
Whoops.
Pots of gold. 100% more gold when mining? Yes, please.
We're feeling extra lucky today. How about some pots of gold to boost that further?
Back from Among Us after protecting 2 people from the imposter. Cool.
Come on, wave those arms, wave that tail, sway that body.
Among Us. Yes.
Oh, yeah!
Thanks, Lloyd.
Is there something in your internship contract about kicking barrels?
Some old habits never die.
Made the imposter rage quit? Huh? People rage quit in Among Us? Guess I learn something new every day, huh? Rage quitting in Among Us, I don't see the point of it. I mean, it's not like there's like a ranked system.
Yeah! Golden scales! Golden scales! Let's go, Kobold! Something fuzzy!
Why am I getting a bunch of nitros already? Thanks, game.
Cheese.
Come on, guys, this is just a Morgnate mission. You just gotta mine it, put it in the mule, and call in the escape pod.
I've lost track of how many times your butt has ended up in my face, Molly. And not in a good way!
These things hurts, do they? Oh, yep, Huh? What? Oh. Oh yeah, rival presence. I remember now. Fuck. Come here. What?
You have been officially outmoded! What? How did I miss that? Got fart poop duty!
There you go.
And I am in, and this thing is out!
You guys are the first one to die and got the rogue guardian angel, which can protect the crew base from the imposter. Huh.
Cheese.
Platform!
Cheese.
Wait, is there like a rank system in Among Us?
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Like the more you play online, the highest rank you get, like, you know, like in Tekken, you get like expert, grandmaster, and then Genbu, Seiryu, stuff like that. And then you lose point when you lose, you get points when you win. The point system. No? I guess they're just salty about the whole interaction then.
Platform up! Platform out!
Oh, this is ridiculous. You were mad because I protected the people they were about to kill? Wow. I mean, I'm not saying... I'm not talking shit to those who play Among Us Lahore. I mean, to be fair, I never played it myself. But like... It truly does sound like... Kids play Among Us, don't they? Well, correct me if I'm wrong still, because again, I never played the game myself, so I'm probably being very unfair towards the Among Us community, huh?
Hello and welcome.
It's Sparker Fluxer. Hi. Cool name. I like it. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. God, do I really have to run around all the place just to find fossils? That's why I hate the fossil quest.
I need you.
Oh. Oh. Why there's so many of you?
Swiss cheese.
Heads up, team. A meteor's about to impact your area.
Really? Right now? Like,
Man, that blimp's bigger than your mother. Swarm incoming.
Patrol bots scrambled. Time to turn their tech against them. Sentry up. Let it rip.
where's the hackable patrol bot, huh? What the fuck? Okay. Alright, let's do this.
These bugs really want some Kobold tail. Better make them eat your bullets instead.
Oh, come on, you creeps. Just give up already. Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Just build it, just build it, just build it.
All set. Let the automated shooting begin.
Ooh, slashing. Warden? Oh god. Is the war? Wait a minute. No, god. I'm dead. I lied.
Oh yeah. Give
Ah.
the little guy some sugar.
I thought I died. What the fuck is happening? My PC's dying. Oh god. Hey, don't worry about it. My PC's okay, I think.
I'll never get tired of this.
Oh, I missed. Do it again.
Critters out.
There's no way Kobolds survived that. Are you sure you're not just beardless dwarves or something?
Molly, stop. Hey, that's something else. Where's the warden?
Get a haircut, hippie!
Get a haircut, hippie! Oh, look who's stuck, huh? Look who's stuck, stupid. Look who's stuck. Get out of here.
Ah, what? Afraid to fight us now that your warden is gone? Well, stiff. All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
In an ad, back from the ad. Alright.
Reloading.
Welcome back from ad hell.
Never felt better.
Nice, nice.
My feet! My poor feet!
just started the mission and it's already so chaotic. Gosh. Wait, one more up there.
Platform placed.
Cheese.
Platform created.
No? Oh, nice. You can try to make more use of the terrain scanner to get around. Gets easier to understand when you get used to reorienting yourself by pressing space. Space. Oh! Oh! Wow, that is neat. That is really good.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Okay, gonna go get the big one.
Reloading.
What is that? I don't like it. Alright.
I ran dry. Need more ammo.
Don't get close to it. Oh shit, okay. I'm just gonna shoot it willy-nilly. Okay. Those clothes are very evil. They do look very evil. I thought we were friends? No, shut the fuck up. Oh shit! What? God, that is evil.
Reloading.
So I guess that gives nothing? Alright, let's do that big one.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me. Come on, girl. Move it.
Oh, nice. Nice, there's 2 play cards. And there's gonna be more here.
Yeah, there's the adrenaline.
Rock crackers inbound. Stand by.
Right, please don't be too hard. Please don't be too hard. I'm pre-rage. Oh, that's awfully nice. Okay. Or is it? Oh no, wait, that's terrible. I guess I can go sideways.
Never felt better.
I mean, I am engineer.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Too steep. Oh, who? Hey.
My love for you never died, Steve. Music to my ears.
Oh.
Come on. Oh, come on, you sticky, slimy, clingy piece of crap.
Wait a minute.
Reloading.
Lock and load. Incoming swarm.
Really? Can I do things? Can I at least do something? Oh, alright.
Platform created.
I think this is possible. So from here, get up.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
Maybe need like
Watch
one
your
more.
ammo count. Platform set and ready to use.
Oh god. These things are fine. Another oppressor? I don't even have Nitro.
Reloading.
Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. There's too many slashes around here.
Just try to stop me.
Get the slashes, get the slashes. Jump, jump, jump. And the patrol bot as well? Ooh, this is dicey.
Get whacked, Shredder. I feel rejuvenated.
Just keep walking. Woohoo! Oh. Oh god, I don't have bombs and anything.
Get me up, Bosco! Bosco!
Looks like you got through it, team.
No, I didn't.
Crunchy.
Oh, too many nom noises. Yeah, okay. It's fine. It's fine. Give them hell, boys. Give them hell, boys.
You're always there when I need you, Bosco.
God, this is bad.
Feel sticky for weight.
Ah, this is bad. Need to find Nitra. And then there's this patrol bot as well. Eek. Thanks. I am totally out of ammo. And I don't even have Nitra.
Remember, one bullet each. Unless they want more, then by all means, give them more. Reloading.
Oh good, oh good. Okay, this is bad. This is really bad. I need to progress through the place first. Hi, Malicious McPie. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Okay, where's the third again? Need to find Nitra. And fast. Somewhere around here, I think. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, too many things happen at the start causes this. Too many things happening. It doesn't help the fact that I sort of wasted a little bit of my... Well, not a little bit. Wasted a lot of my grenade launcher bullets. So there's that. But all's good. If I can find Nitra, everything's good. I'll come back here afterwards then.
Honestly, sometimes it's a love-hate relationship with that thing. Molly, did you get over here? Pause it time.
Nice, just in time. No, really? Now? Seriously? Okay.
You should have been repurposed for gardening.
Oh, asshole. Can I do it? I'm just gonna...
Resupply on its way.
Supply pods on the way. Oh, and I know the beacon is shiny
Okay, this is good. This is good.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Loading up for more destruction. A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
Right, let's go back. This is good enough. More ammo. Nice. Should put the turret first. Yeah, no.
What's that blinky light mean again? It's a swarm.
I had a feeling. I'll just put it here.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
Okay, all good. I'm
Sentry up.
loaded with ammo.
They're here. Well, it was nice knowing you, you adorable little lizards.
Adorable little lizards. Let's do it.
One less Clifford. Come on, Steve. You know better than this.
Wait a minute. Worth. Not worth. Okay, okay.
Let's go! Help! I knew I could count on you, Bosco.
Run away from now. Oh, I forgot about this.
No, no, no! What do I do? Oh, I know. Keep shooting.
Whoa.
Glad you guys are alive, but when I came in Kobolds, my bets were on the bugs. Dang, that's a lot of lost credits.
Oh, sorry, that's Steve. Dragon Kirill? Under the dragon. Oh, thank you. We're coming. Okay, all good. Oh, goodness.
Reloading.
Putting this here is not a good idea. No, really? Okay, it's fine. I'll let them take care of it.
Like that. Hammer connected.
Yeah, take that, you oversized spinning top. Reloading.
Hey, another one.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Jackhammer connected. Fuck!
Oh, rock cracker's ready to get cracking.
Rock cracker, ready to go.
Hey, let me get my shield back first. I have no health. Ammo still good, at least. 3 more Swarmer? Yeah, I can do it. I mean, they're both pretty close together, so at least I can maintain them really goodly. Alright, let's do it. What?
Gonna crack that meteorite in no time at all.
Cracking commencing. Stay alert. That noise is bound to attract some bugs.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be on.
Shred.
Oh!
Oh shit!
Oh, sorry, that's Steve.
Reloading!
Ay. Nice, nice, nice.
Reloading!
This is a lot more intense than I thought. Steve's tanking.
For the pack! Reloading! Good boy.
Good job, Steve. Good job. Nice. Okay. Oh, they went a lot more better than I thought. Nice. Let's go. Let's go.
Well done, you cracked it. All that's left is to get the core samples.
Come here,
Hold
Mom.
up! I need the mule. Oh yeah!
I feel like I'm getting sick.
Listen to those minerals go.
I don't like that sound. God. Let me get the play card first. Fuck.
Did you just put those all in Molly with your bare hands?
Oh fuck.
You decontaminate
Lucky.
when you get back.
It killed Steve! Now it's personal. Reloading!
Yee.
Go towards my mule.
Oh, I'm missing every shot. I'm gonna cry. Alright, all good, all good, all good. Oh my god, there's so many things happening at once. Whoa. Chen, hi. Do you add mods? Mm-hmm. I have a bunch of mods here.
Reloading!
TF2 mods. Kobold mods. And then the mission control mod as well. Oh yeah, slap mods. Cannot forget about them. I like these things. Is that? Just do, yeah. Fuck. Oh yeah, and the profanity booster.
Ammo taken.
Just gonna take all these. It's fine.
I
Throw
feel
one.
fresh out of
Take it.
Spider swarm.
Nice. Alright, all good. Continue, continue. That took a lot longer than I thought. Just trying to get more kite, but then there's like so many things happening. And good times. Also. Although no more revives from Bosco. It's a bit scary.
Oh, those double-jointed legs are good for running, 'cause there's a
That's
swarm incoming.
a little fast, don't you think? God, I don't want to fight here. It's too congested. Run, 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 run. Also. Oh god, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Looks like these bugs really want some Kobold tail. Better make them eat your bullets instead.
Armed! A decent kobold never passes up the opportunity to fail. Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit.
Look at the bright side. Things are easier to hit here. Oh my god.
Reloading!
Stop. Stay behind Molly. Molly will give me defense. I'm getting bullied. Just do it.
And down it goes!
Hey, it's fine. Praetorian, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we should probably send some dwarves in to clean it out. Oh, wait, they're still alive. Dang, Kobolds are turning back on.
Reloading!
Patrol bot? Wow.
Get out of my face, Shredder! Reloading! Did I short circuit ya? I knew reincarnation was not exclusive to kobolds! Welcome back, Steve!
Let's do this.
Alright, finally in the new area. Should just run a little bit longer, right? Oh, everything is painful. Alright, it's fine, no, it's fine. I'm good, I'm good.
Okay, you get him, Ash.
Oh, patrol bots. Oh, it's burst turret.
Alright, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
It's shooting something.
Turret armed!
Especially the slab mod is one of my finest works. Has this one glaring issue. It doesn't play the power tech lines. Oh! Yeah, that's a little bit sad. Yeah, I always notice when I do the power text a little bit quiet. But honestly, I'm like, since it's really hard to fix it, you know, modding tools are not easy to use. I never modded before. I can understand that. I'm still enjoying the mod a lot. Machine event okay?
Platform!
There. Machine event? Oh god. Really?
Looks like you should have gotten a job doing snap zooms for movies. What? No! They took the one thing from this planet I actually cared about!
I'm surviving.
Come on! I'm still here!
Get a haircut, hippie.
Warden's down, buds! What you gonna do now? You ain't keeping me away from the goodies propulsion turret! the loot bug. Let's get the minerals before I think about what I just did.
This one is very intense. Huh? Cannot mine this? Oh, ooh. I don't know if I'm ready yet. No, let's go explore a little bit first before I do this. Maybe get like another set of nitra. No, that would be great. God, real stop. Oh my god, oh my god. What?
Yes.
Oh. Oh wow, that is hard.
There you go. Stay cool. Stay nice, cold-blooded. You've got this. This is bullcrap. Hack completed. No more rival turrets giving us trouble. At least for now.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Now I can focus. Fuck. On getting nitra. The fuck is that noise? Is it because I did a deep dive and then there's so many new things I've never seen before?
Wow, that's more glyphs than I've ever seen on this radar before. Must be a horde of swarmers.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
Is there 3 more swarmers? It's fine. Wait, where's the turret? It just kills all turrets, you will still get robot spawns. God damn it.
Machine of death.
You know what? Good enough.
Score here.
My soul leaves me for each time.
Good enough. Sure.
Shredders deployed.
Ah, I love that sound. Reloading.
The least one can do is make it
Feeling much better now.
sure it doesn't go to waste.
Cool.
Tear through each and every single one of you.
Vampiric Fox. Vampiric Fox. I'm sorry if I put your name just. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate. Where's Molly? Where the fuck is Molly?
Teams I'm enjoying more, the powerful dwarves or the maniacal kobolds.
Goddamn Molly, come here.
Honestly, Deep Rock needs to do some tweaking to your pathing AI or something. I don't know. And down it goes.
Oh, I still need more nitra.
Cheese.
Platform.
Cheese.
Platform
Cheese.
set, sturdy, and ready.
I need that gold. I need that
I
gold.
live for this.
Cheese.
Platform place. Shredders, keep them away from your tails.
We got robot.
Yep, I'm gonna need the mule.
Oh yeah, I have pot of gold.
Nah, no more room. Gotta deposit.
Okay, Molly, come up here.
Molly, come here.
You just call me Meg, Vamp, or Vampiric, or Fox, if any of those are easier. There's a few foxes already in my chat. Vampiric sounds cool.
I haven't got room for any more. Watch out, dwarves. The kobolds are rising.
I'll call you Vampiric.
Yep, I should call for the mule. Molly, here, now.
The voice acting for DRG? Yeah. And then this is like the Kobold voice mod.
I'm full. Where's Molly? I'm absolutely loving how things work down here.
With the Ed Kobold Slays game? I don't know, but I got it about last week. I heard about this mod last week. It's mods. So this Kobold is like a two combinations of mods. You have the Kobold model, and then you have the Kobold voice acting, which is really heckin' good. Oh, don't worry about the TF2 noises though. The Kobold model one was released around the start of this month. Wow, so it's only recently. I saw T3 playing this game one night before I went to sleep, and it's like, oh my god, you can play as a Kobold in this game? It's like, I am in. I am back in this game, definitely.
Yeah, golden nitra, but at what cost?
You help with the model as well? Wow, so good. Good stuff though, the model is very well done. Okay, slow down. I need a fossil and Mokai. Alright, fossil, Mokai. I don't like the rain. Gonna clean counters and then torture myself with Lobotomy Corporation?
Oh boy,
ooh.
big swarm is approaching. Glad I'm not down there.
Really? But a swarm just ended. Okay, let's do it. Although I don't know what Lobotomy Corporation is, but hey.
The swarm's right on top of you.
Even though you're still gonna get tortured, still hope you enjoy it. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna call.
Bullets and red sugar are on the way.
8. Don't. No.
Alright, now presents here.
Okay.
Everybody go get what you need.
Shredder still active? I don't remember throwing. Okay, just do it.
Yep, I'm completely out. You know me, Steve.
Okay, good. Oh, I'm completely out of ammo.
I love the smell of gunpowder.
Please just let me take this. Oh, okay.
That's the spot.
Oh, okay, hi. Yeah.
Wow, maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
Oh my god.
Yeah, patrol bot incapacitated. Time to hack it.
You're mine, you're mine. Need your help.
Fucking face it!
Oh, that was perfect.
Electronic matrix system, welcome to the real world. Reloading.
It's a very hard monster management game inspired by the SCP Foundation, among other things. SCP Foundation? Isn't that like the horror
All right, load
thing?
back up.
I'm not really well versed in like horror stuff,
Feeling much better now.
but SCP sounds
Told you
cool.
I'm good with animals.
Like someone showed me like the SCP, whichever SCP it is, it's like a wolf lady. When I like found out about SCP, people just show me, it's like, hey, you know that one SCP? And then show me off. It's like, cool. Guess I like SCP now, huh? You know me, Steve. The Kobold voice acting is honestly so good.
Jeez.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
You need to be fast, need to be fast. Oh.
Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast. Oi, I call dibs on sorting this out when we get back. You're my friend now. We're gonna have soft tacos later.
Sound off if you love freedom, maggot!
Freedom! Okay, what is this?
Yeah, golden nitro! Look on the bright side of things, right?
I forgot about this. I'm gonna try it. Do I just insert the thing and then it will start? Maybe. Alright, I'm gonna try it. Here. I'll put the... Here. My ammo looks fine.
Sentry placed. Time to set it up. Sentry armed. Yeah, you're a badass. Be ready for anything and everything.
Am I gonna die? What?
Let's get these lasers up and running.
Oh, that's simple. Alright.
Loot bug popped. Oh, this is gonna be fun!
Man, what were those dwarves thinking? Clearly you have to blow that thing up. Come on, kobolds. Let's get the bombs ready.
Bombs? Bombs? This thing? Is this a bomb? Do I just throw it? Oh! Wow, that's easy. Okay.
You're terminated, mother trucker!
You bugs are nothing!
You're done! Throw it! I played Bomberman before.
Now that was some next level ass kicking and tail whipping.
I did it?
You did it.
Oh, I did it!
User active.
Insert matrix core. Okay.
Now let's see. Column A, column B, column C. Which one do I pick?
Oh, I don't know which kobold is which class. Oh, weapon? Weapon? On... Who is this? Oh, I like this one though. I like this kobold. I don't know who it is, but I'm taking it. Whoa, hey, get out.
Reloading!
Red is gun, blue is gunner, I think. Oh, okay. It's fine. I can play all of those. Like, all the kobolds, I can play them. So, no loss there.
Oh, you see? Even a glyphic can be cute.
Okay, I did this. So this is how you use the empty matrix core. Okay. I get it. Kinda. A little bit. Kobold brain big now. Nice.
Skaters just picked up a swarm of
No, I'm the one to fight it here.
That's a lot of them.
Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Go back outside, go back outside. More space, more space. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, my turret is here too. Okay, good. This is good, this is good.
Ooh, that's a lot of Steves. Oh, wait, no, they're hostile.
Oh, that feels good.
You're not munching on this tail. Reloading.
Shred and destroy.
See, the biggest reason why I'm playing engineer is that I really cannot aim. That's why I play engineer. And the shotgun is easier to aim as well, because it's, well, a shotgun.
Reloading.
The wave is almost over. Wipe out what's left.
Uh-oh.
Keep your
Ooh, that's...
appendages to yourselves.
Come here. Get slapped.
I'll see you soon, Steve. I promise.
Engineer has the gun that aims for you as an unlockable. Oh, I used that gun before. I thought it was good. But like, after I use the gun, it just feels a little bit off. Like, it's not what I think. I have to charge it.
Yeah, there's the adrenaline.
I mean, I'm asking for a lot here, you know?
Oh yeah, my tail's a wagon.
Like, the gun gives lock on already. And I was just like, no, I don't like charging. So in the end, I still stick with shotgun. Oh, explode, explode, explode. Slap. Get slapped. Okay, I need to utilize the slap more, save ammo. How long does this mission go for again? Oh, already almost an hour. There's too many things happening with this mission, to be honest. I like that. There's an overclock variant which makes the shot explode if the target has 3 or more locks on it. Whoa, that's... Well, that might change my mind. Whoa. My PC just jammed for a little bit. There's so much explosion. Oh, I love that. Oh my god, look at this place. Empty. New place? Oh, we got shiny thing again. Oh wait, that shiny thing just Molly. Molly, what? Am I back here? Have I been here before? I mean, I guess if I'm here before,
Jeez.
I should see some exhausted flare.
Jeez.
Platform place.
It has this very weird functionality where it will do the explosion even if you target a swimmer who dies in one hit.
You think we get to name it?
As long as it has 3 locks on one swarmer, clears a group of them really well. Whoa. Uh oh. I know that sound, I think. Patrol bot? Shredder.
Get away from me, you oversized shaver!
No. Oh, I overjumped. How do I even overjump this shit? What? That is so fucking loud.
I can do this! Block!
Please stop. Uh oh.
Jeez.
Platform out!
Jeez. Jeez.
Jeez.
Jeez.
Platform!
Nice. For 1 fossil? Worth. 2, so I need 2 more fossil. It should be around this place then. Right?
Jeez.
Platform up!
I mean, at least this place looks like there's a lot of heals. That's good.
Just what I needed. Where is that old girl? Molly! Yeah, bag's full. Can't carry anymore.
A swarm is heading your way. Make sure those guns are loaded.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
You know,
Armed and
Nitro?
ready.
Okay, I have enough Nitro to call for 1. But no! Oh boy, oh god.
Swarm! They're here!
I should explode this real quick then.
Easily the best job ever!
Hey, what? Warden.
Yeah! No wardens around to protect you now, bugs! Come and get it! Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Oh my god.
Sentry turret armed. Reloading!
Oh god, really? Out of ammo? Alright. Okay. Okay.
Almost through the wave, team.
Oh. I'm just ordering it here. It's fine.
Sending in a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself.
Nice, nice. Hi, Coffee.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
Kobold. What do you mean? Kobolds are great, Coffee.
Okay, okay, taking ammunition.
Why patrol bot? Why? Oh. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Where's it? Where's it? Come here. Oh.
You're not the only thing on patrol down here.
Oh.
Okay,
How you
collecting
doing,
ammunition.
Coffee? Transkitonate goddess mystic. Wow. Hi.
Loading up for more destruction.
Welcome in.
Reloading.
Gosh, there's too many things happening. How long is this? It's been 1 hour. the mission has gone on for 1 hour. Like, there's just too many things to do here. Dragon is winning a poll. Oh, you mean the poll to decide which free base you're gonna do next time? Naturally. I mean, it's Dragon.
Hello.
Oh,
And welcome.
thanks for the follow. Oh, not free? Oh, sorry. Guess I misheard it. Cheap but not free? That's already so good. Your models are really great, by the way. I raided you last night. Well, last night my time. Son, okay, give me a moment. And then you mentioned about your Discord, and then you were doing like a poll. Yeah. Close the curtain. I need to clean up my room. No, I didn't. I didn't leave super fast. I leave fast because I was kind of rushing to get dinner. I'm getting hungry. But yeah, I did hear you mention about your Discord and the poll for your next project. And then I saw the shark you shown a little bit, and then Jay's model a little bit. The tail is really good. Yeah, I saw them. Good stuff. Gosh, I need to do more models really. I'm just for whatever reason lacking motivation this year to do any art. I'm not even doing any art stream these days. That needs to change. Happy with your progress? That's good, that's good. Oh, you hear that? You hear that? Wow, there's so many things. There's so many things after this third part. I'm not going there for now. It feels like there's something here, but I'm not seeing it. Art streams do really well on Twitch, I think. At least yours do. Yeah, I saw your art stream is really good. I mean, good vibes. So definitely. My art stream, however. Alright, I'll wait for it.
Oh yeah, now things are getting fun.
Whoa, whoever subbed, thank you. Oh my god. No, I don't think there's anything else here. I'm just gonna go. Just gonna go through the dirt path. Here. Oh boy. How many fucking ads? I'm sorry. I have the 55.
399 anger. How many fucking ads?
I have 55% ad revenue share on, so it plays like a lot of ads. I'm sorry. It plays like 3 minutes of ads per hour, which is like insane. Sorry. But yeah, I have that on because I want to disable pre-roll. It's like Twitch is like, oh, you want to disable pre-roll? Well, here you have to play 3 minutes of ads per hour. It's like, oh, thanks Twitch. Like that to disable the pre-roll. What the f?
What? Struggling to kill a kobold? That's just embarrassing.
That is... Okay, that's a little bit loud. I'm sorry. Okay. Shit, I need to double check if I joined your Discord or not.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Yeah, at least no more ads. Thanks for the sub though. I didn't? Fuck. How could I?
There's a swarm detected. Glad I'm not you guys.
No need to thank me.
Well, that needs to change. No, the wave is already here moments ago. I got you. Oh, thank you.
And just like that, shooting gallery ready.
This is bad. Why am I here? Why am I here? This is like the worst place I could fight them.
Too big, too fat, too slow. One bites the bullet. Reloading.
Oh, I cannot play this recklessly. I cannot. Are there any more revives?
Who did that? Oh yeah. You are a coward. Now it's a party.
Oh boy. Wait a second. Don't. I'll survive. I'll survive. I'll survive. Ah! Oh no! I tried. Good try though. Good try. This mission is tough. This mission is tough. An hour non-stop. Holy shit. Yeah, at least I got 6 plague hearts. It's okay. Gonna hit the hay. Good night, Foxy. Here, let me join this real quick. Hopefully this doesn't kill my PC because I need to open up the browser. La. Let me read the rules real quick, give me a moment. Okay. I would hope I like watching you struggle. Fair, fair. Totally fair. But I didn't struggle during the deep dive just now. I did not finish the deep dive. I cannot die at the third one. I mean, died because I cannot get to the drop pod in time.
Damn it! We were so close! We were close, right?
I'm gonna try playing Scout? Scout? Oh, Scout is a shotgun. You know what? I lost just now because I wasn't using my shotgun. I have my buttload of excuses ready, don't worry about it. Oh, this one is good. But I don't think I have enough. This? Red thing? Barley bulb. I'm not drinking that. I'll do one more mission.
I'm too old for this shit.
One more mission. Need to check the time. Time now is 5? Dinner at 7. Yeah, it's totally fine. I have like at least 1.5 hours. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Alright, I'm gonna try again. This one. Okay, so we'll always be the same? Rival presence? Okay. I mean, rival presence. Alright, hazard 4. I'll do it. I'll do it again. This time I'm gonna change my gun.
Oops, I started the drop pod sequence. I guess you better get on board.
There, got him. I mean, the grenade launcher is great. But it also hurts when I shoot them point blank. I can use this one. I vibe with Breach Cutter. Can you use this one?
Nice try, but barrels aren't authorized for missions.
No, Twig, I'm bringing the barrels.
None can match our thick scales or our thick heads.
Let's show DRG how the Kobolds do it!
We're sending you in deep this time. The market we're looking for is deep below the planet's crust. You just gotta mine it, put it in the mule, and we'll send in the drop pod.
Time to bring that glowing light warmer over here. He's a little shy and tends to go poof when others show up.
What is this? Nakoi Cave? Cave what? Cruiser? Are they bad? Are they good? They seem fine. They chill, they chill. Oh.
And how many festive fleas is that now?
Whoa. Am I dying? And I am.
All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up. Armed and ready.
Can I just use this one to kill it?
Sorry, mercifully, but you ain't escaping this, Kobold.
Yeah, that's much easier. I only need to get 10 of them? Ooh, okay. I don't like this map.
You move there, Bosco.
I like it. Okay, at least there's no, like, a bunch of meteorite going down for the start of the mission. And then there's, like, never enough nitra. This mission seems a lot more chill than before.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Just so I don't just so I don't jinx it. Bosco can shoot a rocket if you click right mouse with the pointers out in the pinch. Oh, that's how you call it, to shoot the rocket? Oh.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Cheese.
Jeez. Alright, where's the dang dirt path? I don't see it. Oh, okay, it's here.
And now you're nothing but nuts. I guess
Okay, I just found my route there. Guess we're finding a storm now. Storm feels
Okay,
very
ready to be armed.
frequent on this quest. Oh. God damn it. Okay. I jinxed it.
The swarm's here. Time to be Kobold.
The whole cave with your blood.
I jinxed it. Bug. My PC's dying. What?
Reloading. Fuck! Look at that, Hoxes! Doesn't matter how big they get, I'll just take them down one by one!
I thought that's a warden.
Reloading!
Fight like a man!
Oh my god.
Maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
Reloading!
Yeah, shotgun feels a lot more better than whatever gun that I used. SMG? I should have mentioned that about 2 hours ago, but I'm quite sleep deprived. It's fine. Although sleep deprived is not fine though.
Reloading.
I've been there.
You're ridiculous.
I mean, right now I'm still just a tad bit sleep deprived, just a tad bit. For me anyway. Like did not sleep well for the past few days, or actually weeks, make that, right? Yeah, hopefully you get your sleep schedule fixed soon or something. It's tough being sleep deprived. Nice.
Come on, Molly. Gotta love that sound.
I've gotten 0 more kites so far. 0 more kite. Oh man, it only gets bad when the shadow people start appearing in the corners. Oh fuck. Yeah, now that's serious. Let's just hope that doesn't happen to you quite often. Or like at all. Where do you all come from? Alright, all good.
Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
What? Do I have to jump down like this? That's the first. Huh. I mean, I guess I'll do it.
Platform place.
With cheese.
Cheese. Cheese.
Oh, god damn it.
Cheese.
Platform.
Cheese.
That should do. Oh.
Cheese.
Platform out.
Oh. This place is huge, holy shit. Honestly, I miss my sleep paralysis demon and its long fingers. Oh. I never had sleep paralysis before. Guess I'm very lucky about it. I don't think I can handle having sleep paralysis demons. We just freak out. I missed.
Sorry, you're going hungry.
Oh, this is such a bad place to be in.
Hey, did any of you hear about that rumor of that one dwarf that accidentally said golden scales instead of rock and stone?
It's a trip. Definitely puts the fear of God in you for the first time. Holy shit. Yeah, definitely don't want to experience that.
Hold on to your tails, there's a swarm incoming.
Never-ending swarms. Ah,
Sentry
this,
gun placed.
this is
Ready
probably a
to
bad
build.
place. Oh god. Okay, okay. All good, all good.
Sentry up! Let it rip!
Not enough nitra. How much? Only 47.
The swarm is here.
And the patrol bot. Wow, cool.
Yeah, good luck shredding my scales!
Yeah, this is definitely a bad place to be in. And then the menace. Cool.
You picked on the wrong kobold!
That did a lot of damage to the menace. What the heck is happening? What the heck is happening? Is that two menaces?
I am the true menace here!
I was right, there's two menaces. There's two menaces. It's fine. Whoa, who is doing the bombs?
Bosco, you're my hero!
Thanks, Bosco. Bosco OP. Yeah, this is definitely a bad place to be in. Don't numb me. Fuck. Just run.
Fighting team, you're almost through the wave.
Said already. You're a kobold, well, you're just not scary at all!
Oh, it's a damn patrol bot. No wonder. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Freedom.
Come here, sweetheart.
Oh,
Natural selection, slithead!
Souls appear every 3 to 5 minutes in mining expeditions, so times when you roll 3-minute interval back to back do feel like constant farms. Yeah. A little bit tough, but I got this still. This game, EG. EG. Oh,
Platform up!
Cheese.
I messed up.
Cheese.
Whew, I feel fresh out of the egg!
I can't even call for nitra. I don't even have nitra. I mean, I could try to kill the faster flea. gonna be difficult with this gun. Too far. I'm using a shotgun. Yeah. Like, fuck. Thanks.
I got that one.
I just need to find Nitra. How do I even progress in this map? This map is like the brain of my existence. Like, how do I even understand this? I don't understand this. Oh no.
What are even the purpose of these things?
If I can find dirt path. Oh, what?
Sound off if you love freedom, maggot!
Cheese.
Platform.
I'm lost.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Contact? We got like 4? No, 6? No, 12? Man, it looks like you guys are just royally...
Royally fucked. Sounds about right. I have no Nitra. I can survive this. Okay, Bosco rockets? I'll try it.
Please here. You can find them if you want, but it's your funeral. Nowhere in the manual does say kobolds were this crazy.
Sentry plate.
I forgot about
Time to
Sentry.
set up.
Ah, I forgot about Sentry. I deserve this.
No, don't stop. This is just too much fun. I've got no ammo left.
Ooh, no ammo. This is tough. Oh, I don't think I can survive this. I mean, even though I have like 3 restrictions.
You're always there when I need you, Bosco. How about a support rocket?
Random reminder that it's 40 more minutes until 6 p.m. and dinner and all.
Oh, thank you, Pinky.
Let it fly. Steve, no!
Hey, it looks like you got through it, team.
You
No,
should
I
have
didn't.
repurposed for gardening. I knew I could count on you, Bosco.
God, if only I have enough Nitra. Just keep running around, I guess. I have no turret ammo as well. Yeah, that's bad.
Sorry, Shredder, but you ain't dining on Kobold soup.
Ooh. Wow. Yeah. No. I'm not getting Nitra. Lavender, hi. Fluffy Dutchy streamer that comes and bombards you in chat with all the pets or hugs. Just in return, give me cookies. Huh? I don't know how to make cookies though. Also, hi. Hi, Lavender. Welcome in. Yeah, this one is tough. I'm just not getting...
I know a mission can turn south at any point, but friggin' hell!
I guess... One is just that I'm not getting enough Nitra. Two is that that map is confusing for me. Like, very, very confusing. Like, super confusing. How is your night? It's pretty good. Oh wait, sorry, wait. Sorry, my brain just stopped working a little bit. Oh, what I meant to say is this, it's not night for me yet. It's almost night for me. But yeah, my day is great. Enjoying this game a lot with the Kobold mod and everything. And I hope you're doing good too.
No! Yeah!
Sorry about my brain just shuts down for a little bit. it happens to me. Oh, PST? Ah, it's fine, it's fine. It's probably rare to see like Malaysian streaming, I guess. Like, huh, Malaysian? God, it's 5:30 though. As much as I want to play more, I don't think I can. Because there's dinner at 7 and right now it's like 5:30. I do have to get ready. I guess I can always play more afterwards. Oh god.
Hello and welcome.
Oh, fancy! Thank you. I adore your avatar. Very pretty colors. Purple power forever. And purple is great. Like about last year? No, about 2 years ago that I realized I love purple. And I love pink as well.
I like where this is going.
Noodles. Yeah, thank you. Oh wait, let me do this real quick. Your Dutchie is purple. Purple power, baby. Purple great. Purple is great. Beautiful. Elegant. Elegant, beautiful
I'm too old
color.
for this shit.
Whoops.
I'm gonna hear Kobold say shit.
Oh, crap.
Fucking patience.
I love this.
Hello and
No, Lavender. Thank you. Enjoy the time here. Good vibes. Wow. Might not be able to catch many future streams because of time zone differences, but I might be around sometimes. I'm glad my mods are bringing you enjoyment. Yeah, thank you for making those mods fancy. Gosh, I enjoy them a lot. Also, I'm glad you enjoy your time here. Big appreciate. Wormhole? Blackout? And I blackout.
Kick me in the guts as hard as you can, Lloyd. Blackout stout. I can't resist. Must dance.
Man, imagine how disappointed management's gonna be when they find out even the kobolds are slacking off and just dancing around. Well, I guess at least you guys are cheaper.
Drink.
Get in my belly. Still standing.
Oh shit.
Curse you, Deep Rock Galactic.
Gotta love a bit of it.
I'm not feeling 100%, but who cares? It's never stopped me.
Can you please stop it? We've already lost 3 doors this week to the containers breaking. Oh, actually make that 4.
Speaking of TF2 mods, I do have a heavy Praetorian mod which is hidden. Oh, I mean, if you want it to remain hidden, I can definitely respect that. No worries. I'm enjoying my relaxed time before bed as I've been crazy streaming for the Make-A-Wish Foundation charity, raising lots of for the kids. Wow, doing nice work right there. Holy shit! Like, as much as I want to do like charity streams and all, I just don't know. I feel like I'm not good enough to do that for now. Maybe someday. But yeah, good for you doing that. Good stuff.
That will do. That's pretty.
Oh, 3700. Yeah, nice. Holy shit. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop here for now. I will not be streaming for tomorrow and also Wednesday though. I mean, as always lah, since still have to work to get money. Oh, cannot just do this for the cannot just do this. Yeah, your background noise is gone now. Hee hee. Don't worry, your background noise will always be here from Thursday to Monday, if nothing happens. If this was congrats, you'll be like the only person aside from me who has access to it because it's a dev version. Also, I haven't worked on it for a while, so it will have jank. There are some good janks out there, you never know. Can look at it real quick. Can I just like... Oh god, sorry for the screen flashes. Oh, my PC is going all over the place. Oops. There it is. Why is my mouse so fast? What did I press? My mouse is flying mega fast, look at that. Oh, I need to log in to make it visible. Oh. Then let me copy this link into my Steam. Hopefully this works. Yeah. Wait, I think I'm gonna go here. The request item is hidden if the power persists. Contact us with details. No. It doesn't make me look at it. It's okay. I appreciate you letting me try this. Heavy Praetorian though. I just love the nomming, the heavy nomming noises. Gosh. This one might do it. Oh. Alright, let me try again. No, go mod. Manage. Copy this one. Sorry for the constant screen flashes though. I'm playing this game on full screen, so it takes a lot less resources. Oh, I see it. Cry some more. Cry some more. Gosh, I'm gonna subscribe to this and I hope this works. If it doesn't work, it's okay. Thanks for this, Fancy. Oh yeah, look at that. I mean, next time when I play this game, I can always try it. Although not now though, I do have to get ready for dinner. Ah! And dinner starts 7. Yeah, now it's like 5:30. Yeah, I'll stop here. I don't want to stop though, but I have to. Close the game, close the game. Game spooky. Let me go here. And then do this. And that. Hotkeys. Have fun, enjoy your dinner. Hopefully I'll see you around again sometime. Sure, definitely. Thank you for hanging around with me as well. A big appreciate. Let me open up some music as well. Let me open up some of the best music. This one. The best. Like every time I hear this combat music, hyped. Very hyped. I have to find the right target, right? Oh, Bracky is streaming. Oh, I just realized. What? How do I hit 900? Thank you all. Oh shit! I have not planned anything for this. Oh boy. 900 followers though. I never thought that I could reach this number, to be honest. Shit. Oh boy. Oh, Tosnick or Bracky. I raided Bracky back then, but that was like my first ever raid towards Bracky. I think Bracky is pretty cool. Now, if you're on chill vibes, I think... Oh, Bracky's ending. Bracky, no! Alright, well, not raiding Bracky's raiding someone already. It happens. Tosnick? Oh, Tosnick's playing Path of Titans? Who else do I have? Let me see. Oh, Flint. It's been a while since I last raided Flint. I want to raid Flint. It's been a while. Let's raid Flint. Who is a very good burb, right? Okay. I'm gonna do this real quick. So let me plug things real quick. I'm gonna summon Bernie first.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
there. Thanks, Bernie. I have a coffee, right? Any donation helps, to be honest. But also, you guys being here is very, very good enough. So thank you. And then also I'm just gonna plug this real quick as well. I have a Discord channel where any announcement will happen firsthand there. Usually when I delay stream or some shit, I'll just say on my Discord. But then on my Discord there's a dragon simping corner, so the selling point, dragon simping corner. As a kobold, definitely. Alright, and then I have a bunch of socials here. Twitter, YouTube. YouTube is just where I archive all my VODs, I guess. Yeah, I just pretty much post all my VODs on YouTube. So yeah, that's about it. And then let me type the raid to Feathered Flint. Okay. Then I'll see you guys on Thursday. I don't know what I'm gonna do on Thursday though. More Deep Rock? Ooh, I mean, I love Deep Rock. But gosh, do I want to do art? I can't. I cannot. It's either art or Deep Rock. Alright, not unplanned. It's fine. Alright, here comes the raid to Feathered Flint. Oh wait, shit. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing, right? Know that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid, and you guys all matter. Love y'all. Here comes the raid to Feathered Flint. Boom. I love how towards the end of my stream I'm always like all over the place. It happens, don't worry. I'll wait for the timer to go down as always now. Oh, I forgot. See? Rate Chinese. Yeah. I mean, this is the rate message I always have now. This one. Like, if you guys have my rate emote, if you guys have my emote, feel free to use them. If you guys don't, it's totally fine. Use whatever emote you guys have. Speaking of emotes, I have a bunch of ideas here, but I just didn't. I didn't draw them. I have notes for stream. Yeah, I've stream ideas here. I just did not keep up with them. See, emote ideas. Oh, I did bongo. Okay, bongo is good. Butt, wagging, licks, jamming, comfy, blob, gun, cat jam, burger, beans, fear, gasm, yum cha pops, and jam nom. Yeah. You know, see you guys on Thursday. Bye. I'm all over the place. Don't worry about it. Bye. Be safe.